Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you all here at Night Space fam. Some quick shout-outs. Quaximus, Cap for Life, Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Oh, and up a close fourth. Shakespeare, also here. Frizzla, Nightbot, Joe 47771, Mozart. Niaz Rocky, Miss Blaze, and Paige Larson on Twitch. All right. I'm echoey. Me? I'm echoey? Well, we got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam. It's going to just be a Iran war update as we wait to see what Donald Trump does with his 8 p.m. deadline of extermination of the Iranian civilization, something that academics would refer to as genocide. Yep, that's our president, Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump threatening to destroy all the bridges and all the energy infrastructure and desalinization plants and whatever else. What will happen tonight? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Let's start it here. France 24 English. From yesterday, U.S. President Donald Trump threatens Tehran with hell over the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hold on. That's why everything's so quiet on my end. Because those levels are low. Okay.
Let's talk about the latest then with Oliver Farry from our International Affairs Desk. Oliver, there's a lot of extensions going on at the moment. Donald Trump repeatedly extending his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. Even his threat on Sunday extended it by yet another day. Why is he doing this?
Well, more or less to buy himself time. Donald Trump is improvising for want really of any substantial support. He's making things up as he goes along. He's frustrated in not getting the support for the war among his allies, except, of course, from Israel. European allies have, in particular, declined to support the war and outwardly said that it is illegal. Also, his administration and the Republican-dominated Congress around him is basically made up of sycophants and yes men and yes women as well, you could say, that there's nobody really willing to talk them down.
Don't worry about it a little, Margot.
Now, usually in situations like this, you have a fairly rigid message discipline all the way down through a hierarchy. But in this case, unusually, the message discipline is completely lost at the very, very top. And nobody is actually taking him aside and saying, well, this is, you know, in the words of Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, is the rantings of a madman. And that's what Chuck Schumer said, not me. But
yeah, can you imagine anybody in the Trump administration going to Trump and saying, "This is sir, this is a bad idea. Sir, I'm very sorry, sir. This is a nasty idea. I don't think you should do it." Who's gonna do that? Half of them want this war, just like outright want it, right? And the other half are just, I mean, they don't care. They're there to be proximate to power. They just want to be close. They just want to be as close as they can to power. And they're achieving that by not questioning anything Donald Trump says or does. And that's the world we live in right now. That is our government. It's run by, as he said, a bunch of lunatics and sycophants. And of course, Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
there's the only Republican who seems to be actually going against the grain is Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has also said that Trump's comments are madness, and she has called on her Republican colleagues to intervene. Significantly, she is no longer in the inner realms of MAGA, having broken with us last year over the earlier war in which the US joined in.
Also, I would like to point out, I would just like to point out for France24, just in case anybody over there happens to be listening to my words right now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is completely irrelevant. She's just a lady. She's a lady. She's just a woman from America. That's it. She is not a congressperson. She has exactly zero power, and therefore is irrelevant. As irrelevant as you could possibly get. Okay? You know, she's out of the Trump camp. She's no longer in Congress, so she has no actual power to vote on anything or do anything governmentally. Therefore, we should all just stop talking about her. And I hope this is the last time I have to say that. I hope that's the last time I have to bring up Marjorie Taylor Greene ever again.
In Iran, so she's very much isolated on this. Instead, Trump is reveling in threats to commit war crimes in Iran, as Edward Wong of the New York Times.
Like, because honestly, I'm sick of it. Like, I thought we were done with this, and then, like, she gets brought back up again here. I heard this, I was listening to this yesterday. I was like, why the fuck are we talking about Marjorie goddamn Taylor Greene? Okay, woman's been out of office for 1, 2, 3 full months, plus a week, and she's completely irrelevant. The mainstream media in the United States try to trot her out as some sort of bastion of reasonability, if you will. It's ridiculous. She's still a psycho. She's a complete psycho who thinks that there's Jewish space lasers aimed at, I don't even remember what, and everything else. She's an insane racist, you know. She's still everything that you hate, most likely, if you're a true space fan. You don't align with Marjorie Taylor Greene on that. And, you know, as far as Republicans go, I mean, the Republican Party is just a cult. So once you leave the Trump circle, you become even less relevant. So she's not in the Trump circle. She's not in government. And I truly, truly hope to never think about her again, let alone talk about her on stream. I'd just like to go the rest of my life not thinking about her.
In the
Wouldn't that be nice?
Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Now, Trump's infamous Truth social media post on Sunday suggested that the US would bomb power plants and bridges. That would be attacks on civilian infrastructure. They would constitute war crimes. Now, whether the US will go through this is unsure. There's definitely a real danger of escalation, but once again, I wouldn't bet against Trump backing down yet again on Tuesday just to buy himself even more time.
Let's widen it out a little bit, Oliver. I mean, both sides throughout this, and particularly recently, have been claiming that they've got the upper hand in this war. Which one of them is right?
Well, I think probably both of them have something to crow about, particularly from that 2-day drama of the 2 US warplanes being shot down by Iran over the weekend and the subsequent US rescue of a missing airman. Now, the ability of Iran to take down the planes suggests that they have got, that their air defenses are not actually as depleted or degraded as was previously thought. That means in turn that an end to the war is probably not around the corner. The US, on the other hand, did manage to rescue its airman within Iranian territory, and it was a fairly big undertaking involving about 200 special forces, incurring no casualties, and Donald Trump has made hay with that himself. So each has something to boast about, but the reality is that the conflict is a stalemate.
Yep, the reality is the conflict is a stalemate, and the stalemate is a win for Iran. Right? Iran's not the one who initiated these hostilities, right? And if they can manage to keep this to a stalemate indefinitely, that's a win. We've talked about this before, but if Iran just continues existing as it does, right, with the system that it currently has in place with the I can't think of the fucking word that my God, my brain's not on yet today. If the current governing system of Iran continues to exist, IRGC continues to control the military, and then so on and so forth. That is just an outright win for the country of Iran. Especially if they can manage to continue to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, because that's where it stands right now. As it stands right now, Iran maintains its government and its military and continues to have the ability to shoot down U.S. warplanes over its territory, continues to have the ability to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. They are asserting their sovereignty actually beyond their own borders right now, which is technically more than they had before the war started, right? They weren't controlling the Strait of Hormuz before this. Everybody was going in and out as if nothing, everything was fine, right? By the way, I just want to, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but what in the hell is this, Shakespeare? Are there better TTV global emotes now? That's wild. What is this? Is this like this is crazy. Hold on. Oh my God, that's wild. Yo, when did this start? When did they do that? Must have been an update. Does this work? Does the same? It says global emotes. Does that mean that it works on Twitch as well? Yo, that's sick. That's sick. Check that out. Anybody who's on computer, you could be using the Better TTV Chrome extension for more emotes. Secret emotes that only you and everybody else with that extension can see. Oh, that's crazy. That is something special. Thank you, Shakespeare, for tuning me into that situation. I just learned something. Fact is Better TTV is as long as I've known has always been a Twitch extension, but it looks like they've added some functionality on YouTube. That's very exciting. That's very, very exciting, but you'd have to use Chrome. That's true. That is true. That's a drawback, depending. Fact is, I have to use Chrome because I have to run like multiple browsers. I have to run multiple browsers at the same time just to cut down on having too many tabs open on one. Like, whatever. As well, this is a complicated thing, but it's easier for me to have multiple browsers somehow, even though it sounds stupid. Actually, it's easier for me to have multiple browsers running. One of them has to be Chrome.
Despite President Trump's abusive threats, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed by Iran. That's having a major impact on the global economy as it's a vital corridor for oil, gas, and a huge range of other materials, some of them critical for food production and medicine. Ola Gearin reports now from off the coast of Oman, near the entrance to the strait, where many cargo vessels have been stuck since the war broke out.
This area looks calm and peaceful, but in effect we are at the edge of a battlefield in the war in Iran. Up ahead there are cargo ships at anchor. They're at the edge of the Strait of Hormuz. Now this critical artery is normally used for 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas. Well, not anymore. Since the war began, Iran has put a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Only 5 or 6 ships are being allowed through every day, in contrast to about 130 before the war. This waterway is now a weapon in the hands of Tehran, perhaps the most powerful weapon they have. By leaving ships stranded here, Iran is reducing the global supply of oil, it's creating shortages, it's driving up prices, it's creating fear among consumers and pressure in the international community.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I got distracted over here. I was trying to edit the video. I realized I have a sense of this. I could be wrong, but I think YouTube is upset that I've used the word genocide in the title. So I was editing the title so it didn't actually say the word, hoping that that would solve the situation over on vertical stream, because nobody's watching on vertical right now. And I was thinking to myself, why would that be? Ah, that's right. YouTube doesn't like the G word.
This is about as close as we can get. There are restrictions imposed by the authorities here in Oman, and there are also risks with trying to pass through the strait. Ships that are on that waterway can come under attack from Iranian drones and missiles. There are concerns too about mines in the water. And looking out at this exposed area of open sea, the idea of any kind of force, American or international, coming to try to take control of the strait, well, you can see how difficult, if not impossible, that would be.
Look at how harsh the terrain is. My God. Sheer rock cliff faces on both sides. Jesus. Wow. And it also leaves you, I mean, when you think about it, it leaves you highly exposed. You're basically in like a valley of water with so many points above you where people could be targeting the boats. These are enormous cliffs. Provide serious cover.
You can see how difficult, if not impossible, that would be. We've been sailing along the coast here for a few hours now, and normally at this time of year you would see boats full of tourists coming to see the dolphins in the water here. They're a popular tourist attraction. Well, today we've seen plenty of dolphins but almost no tourists. There's a dramatic impact not just on the economy here in Oman but across the Gulf and across the wider region and the world. This war is bringing a great deal of economic pain, and Iran is hoping it can use that pain to push Donald Trump towards a settlement.
And yet Donald Trump has not managed to get a settlement. Of course, we have been offering insane ceasefire proposals that Iran has continued to shoot down. The same exact 15-point peace proposal. We keep giving it to them, saying, "Hey, are you sure? Are you sure though? Are you sure?" Like we haven't changed a single thing. But we just keep giving the same 15-point plan to Pakistan, saying, "Just check again. I don't know. Maybe they'll like it this time." Who's to say?
To breaking news there, the spokesperson for the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
When it's necessary, we will defend our country with all the might under the leader of the Islamic Revolution and according to the Iranian constitution. We will defend our country and won its peace whenever it's necessary and according to the priorities and the mechanisms that are mentioned in the Iranian constitution. We follow up all the efforts that are aiming at reaching peace. In reality, they have no red lines. The US and Israel have no red lines. They have no respect to the international constitutions and international agreement. We are defending our country. This is our priority now. The Iranian armed forces are sacrificing a lot to defend the country and to defend the Iranian people. We are supporting these efforts, the efforts of defending our countries, the efforts made by the armed forces of Iran. A question, there are some news saying that there is a plan to put an end to the war. And at the same time, we hear some contradictory attitudes from the U.S. President Donald Trump regarding attacking the Iranian infrastructure. Is there any new plan to put an end to the war? What is the answer of Iran regarding the American threats? We have discovered that the plan is clear. The mediators have mentioned a project or a plan that is consisting of 15 items through Pakistan and some other countries. And at that time, we had confirmed that we consider these items not logic at all, and it has nothing to do with the logic. And we will never accept these 15 items, these 15 American conditions. And according to our interests, we adopt the necessary decisions. We have submitted some visions and some ideas, and I want to make everything clear. Clearly, we talk about our rightful requests. When there is a plan or a project, we also have our own requests regarding that plan or that project. And no one has the right to consider it a plan for the ceasefire. At the time where the Iranian armed forces, in a very brave manner, defend our country.
Well, there we go. There was Iran's foreign minister coming out and definitively striking down the U.S. ceasefire proposal. Once again, the same exact ceasefire proposal we have tried to sell them now for the last month. Basically telling them to dismantle their entire government and military and allow the United States to, like, I mean, it's a ridiculous proposal. It is a real dumb proposal. Let's be real about it. I see people in chat are trying to decide whether or not Trump will taco. One can only hope. One can only hope that the United States will not carry out these illegal strikes that Donald Trump seems so interested in doing. Now let's go to CNN, continue talking about Iran's response to the U.S. proposal.
Paula, what's the reaction to President Trump's newest demands to Iran? What can you tell us?
Well, Ben, we're getting a lot of reaction from Iranian officials to that social media post threatening to target power plants and bridges with the expletives as well. Now, we've heard from the Parliament Speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He's really emerging as a very powerful voice in Tehran at this point, and he's accused Trump of pushing the US towards a living hell and warned that the region could burn. The Iranians have been saying that they will target in kind if there is civilian infrastructure targeted in Iran, in the Gulf region, and in areas where the US has interests. Now, we've also seen fairly tongue-in-cheek reaction from some of the Iranian embassies around the world to that outburst in that social media post. We've heard from the Iranian embassy in India saying swearing and throwing insults are how a sore loser brat behaves. Get a grip on yourself, old man. Now, there's also been criticism within the US. Chuck Schumer, for example, the Senate Minority Leader, calling Trump an unhinged madman from that expletive-laden social media post. We also had a response from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Let's listen to what he said.
Iran's reaction would be one of reciprocating any such attack. Our armed forces have made it clear that in case Iran's infrastructure is attacked, we would react in kind. Our armed forces would target any similar infrastructure that is owned or in any way or manner related to the United States or contributes to their act of aggression against Iran. Threatening to attack a country's critical infrastructure, energy sector, it would mean that you want to put at risk the whole population. And this is nothing less than war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Now, what we're seeing in Iran overnight and then this Monday morning with airstrikes from the US and Israel, from state media, we are seeing in Baharistan County, this is just southwest of the capital, a densely populated area. We see a number of residential buildings that appear to have been hit there. According to Fars news agency, they say some 13 have been killed. Then in the eastern part of Tehran, 4 killed in another residential area. Now, CNN cannot independently confirm these figures, but we are also seeing loss of life in Israel and elsewhere.
All right. All right, we're going to keep talking about all of this, although I am seeing tentative reports that there may be a ceasefire at hand. However, it is a completely, from what I can tell, I'm looking at it right now, it doesn't seem that Iran has actually agreed to a ceasefire yet. The IRGC. The one party that needs to agree has not agreed to the ceasefire yet. So this is still sort of a tentative situation from what I can tell. Now, in the last day or so, Iran struck U.S. forces on Kuwait's Wobegon Island. Let's go to Al Jazeera next from yesterday.
Now, the threat of escalation in Iran has put the Gulf region directly in the line of fire. Iran's army says that U.S. forces located on Kuwait's Wobegon Island were targeted. Health authorities in Kuwait also report that 6 people have been injured after debris from a missile landed in a residential area. And for more on that, let's go to Kuwait City, where Malik Trainer is live for us. Well, you've been monitoring those developments across the Gulf now. What do we know exactly as to what's happened there?
Well, as you mentioned, we saw from the Khatam al-Anbiya spokesperson saying that they targeted American forces in the Wobegon Island here in Kuwait. What we've seen throughout this conflict is if and when American bases are hit, we usually don't hear something from the host countries. This, just a few weeks ago, we heard in Saudi Arabia when the Air Sultan Air Base was hit and 15 people were injured. Confirmation came later from the Americans themselves. So I don't think we'll hear anything from the Kuwaitis as to that. But we've seen a range of attacks across the Gulf. 6 people injured, as you mentioned, in the northern Kuwait due to debris from an interception in a residential area. In the UAE, we've seen attacks in Abu Dhabi, an industrial city, where one person, a Ghanaian national, was injured. Another attack in the Fujairah area, where authorities responded to an incident at a telecommunications company. And we've seen also in Saudi Arabia where the Ministry of Defense said it intercepted 2 drones. So, as this war continues, there has been no letting up of these retaliation attacks across the Gulf.
And Malik, obviously, where that deadline by Trump is looming, has there been any reaction from the GCC in terms of anticipation as to what happens? How will that affect the GCC even?
Well, I think everywhere across the GCC, people and officials are extremely concerned, right? Because the Gulf has bared the brunt of these retaliation attacks. More than 85% of these attacks have targeted the Gulf. More than 6,000 ballistic missiles, drones, and cruise missiles have been targeted here. We just heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Qatar, where the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister had a conversation with the Spanish Foreign Minister, and they talked about de-escalation and that there's no military solution. That there needs to be a space for negotiations, for a diplomatic path. Here in Kuwait, yesterday we saw numerous attacks. Probably the most devastating day in terms of Kuwait. I think what the Iranians proved yesterday is that they can indeed target and hit a civilian infrastructure. 2 water plants and desalination plants and power plants were.
The last 24 hours have been just constant strikes across the Middle East. Not just in Gulf countries, but Israel has been, of course, amping up its war in Lebanon. It, too, carrying out strikes. Many, many strikes. Killing an untold number of people. But Israel's targets have included things like the healthcare system.
I don't understand how the world just become like normalized and just got used to the news and the fact that the Israeli occupation and army are destroying hospitals, destroying whole cities. Displacing a whole city is just a war crime. But adding to that, killing the people while being displaced and inside their homes is just, it's more than, it's a crime against humanity. And after what I've been through in Gaza...
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Fuck the US and Israel.
Thank you, Megastar, for that message and the bits over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Yep, more war crimes happening. Shock of shocks. In Lebanon, Israel doing the same thing it was doing, has been doing in Gaza, targeting healthcare workers, journalists, civilian infrastructure, residential neighborhoods. It's all bad. Let's go here to France 24 next. At least 15 dead and one Israeli strike.
Israel continues its deadly bombing campaign across Lebanon with a series of intense strikes against targets on Sunday. It was one of the most violent days since the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah reignited at the start of last month. The airstrikes went on into the night. This apartment in a residential building was hit in a town east of Beirut. Up until now, this area had been spared from the renewed fighting. The Israeli military says it was targeting the Iranian-backed militant group's infrastructure. Earlier on Sunday, one bomb landed just 100 metres from the country's largest medical facility, Rafik Hariri Hospital in southern Beirut.
They hit a completely civilian area. It's mostly migrants there, Sudanese people. People were at home and they struck them. Are those their military objectives?
We are devastated. We're in a low morale. We saw friends and neighbors in pieces on the ground and blood everywhere, and our house destroyed. Where are we going to sleep? Where do we go?
The airstrikes were not just confined to areas surrounding the Lebanese capital. There were towns attacked further south, like here in Kfar Hatta. 7 people from the same family, including a 4-year-old child, were killed in a strike, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Visiting troops in southern Lebanon, Israel's military chief Ayel Zamir pledged to intensify the strikes against Hezbollah. He said that disarming the group is their top-tier goal.
One day after a powerful Israeli airstrike, bulldozers and rescue teams had their work cut out for them as they tried to clear a tangle of blackened debris.
It's kind of incredible. Israel just refuses to not attempt to exert its influence on every single one of its neighbors, regardless of international law. Regardless of any of the things that they themselves are signatories to, like, I don't know, the United Nations Charter. Who needs it?
The targeted residential building was located in the capital's densely populated Jinnah neighborhood and opposite a hospital.
I saw it and felt like the world was ending. The story is exactly as you see it. There is nothing here except buildings full of families and poor people. There's no one else here.
The health ministry says more than 50 people were injured and several people were killed in the bombing, including a 15-year-old girl. According to Beirut-based news outlet L'Orient Today, a Hezbollah military official is also among the dead. Sunday saw particularly fierce bombardment, with one airstrike hitting a town previously considered safe. The strike targeted a third-floor apartment of this residential building in the predominantly Christian Ain Sada, east of Beirut.
I was at home when we heard the sound of a shell, a loud blast that seemed to come from the side of the house. We were surprised to learn that the apartment that was hit was empty. Neither displaced people nor anyone else was there.
Still, the strike was powerful enough to kill people on the floor below, according to the town's mayor. That includes a local official from a Christian political party strongly opposed to Hezbollah and his wife.
Yeah, Israel doesn't care about who they kill. They don't care if they kill people who are actually aligned with them. I mean, it's about territory grabbing right now. Israel has been continuing to invade Lebanon via the southern border while they're doing these strikes, and have actually announced a furthering, I guess you might say, of the supposed, as they call it, buffer zone, as we've been calling it around here, the territory seizure zone. They have now increased it from the Litani River to the Litani River? I can't remember what it's called now. To a different river, basically. Like, it's not far enough. And they're basically forcing the evacuation right now of like 1/5 of the entire territory of Lebanon now.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israeli strikes across Lebanon Sunday killed at least 15 people as Israeli troops pushed deeper into southern Lebanon. Israel's ordered the expansion of its so-called buffer zone from the Litani River to areas north of the Zahrani River, displacing about 1/5 of Lebanon's population. Israel continues to bomb bridges across the Litani, isolating the southern region of Lebanon. Since Israel launched its war against Hezbollah on March 2nd, more than 1,400 people have been killed in Lebanon, including at least 126 children. This is Jamal Salim Farhan, now homeless after Israeli strikes on Tyre left his neighborhood in ruins.
Someone who can barely afford their daily bread can't even buy a loaf, and then a plane comes and strikes? For what reason? Just because I'm sitting on my land? I will not leave. This is our land, and we will not give it up.
Beirut was pounded with airstrikes Friday as Israel claimed it was targeting militant infrastructure. For more, we go to Lebanon's capital to speak with Ramzi Qais, the Lebanon researcher for Human Rights Watch. Ramzi, you're back from the south of Lebanon. Israel's expanding its so-called buffer zone from the Litani River to the Zahrani River. Can you talk about the significance and what you saw, and overall what's happening in Lebanon?
Thanks, Amy, and thanks for having me. As you noted, it's been over a month since the escalation between Israel and Hezbollah, and so far there's been over 1,460 people that have been killed in Lebanon. This includes over 130 children after yesterday's attacks, 54 medical workers, and Israeli military has ordered nearly 15% of Lebanon's territory to be evacuated through displacement orders that they've issued as early as March 4 to the area south of the Litani River, and then expanded that on March 12. But they have repeatedly reissued those same statements, essentially ordering people to be to leave those areas. And not only that, statements that have been issued by Israeli military officials and government officials, such as the defense ministers, have signaled an intent to commit more atrocities. Israel Katz, Israel's Minister of Defense, have said that he and Netanyahu have ordered the acceleration of destruction of homes along Lebanon's border, that they will be preventing hundreds of thousands of Shia residents from returning to their homes south of the Litani River, and that they could conduct as well strikes that could target civilians. This was mentioned in displacement orders issued for the southern suburbs of Beirut between March 11 and 15. More recently, bridges across the Litani River have been struck. Most of the bridges have been struck. I was in the city of Sur or Tyre last week, and residents, municipality officials, health workers, and hospital officials told us that essentially there's one lifeline left into the city and other areas.
Okay, so I'm going to pull this tweet up from Donald Trump real quick. Is this it? I think this is it. I know this is the old one. This is the old one. This is from the 12-Day War. Shit. No, I was about to pull it up. I'll bring it up in a second. I'll let you keep watching.
That tens of thousands of people who remain south of the Litani River, despite these displacement orders, depend on it for humanitarian supplies, going into those areas for medical supplies, for supplies needed for hospitals. And so, with this signaled intent by the Israeli military officials to occupy the area south of the Litani River to prevent people from returning, we are seeing a humanitarian catastrophe unfold. And should the bridge, the Qasimiya bridge, be struck as well, we're talking about tens of thousands of people being severed, not only from the rest of the country, but from access to supplies, humanitarian supplies, medical supplies that they need for their own survival.
And Israel's claims that it's targeting militant infrastructure, that it is fighting Hezbollah?
So the Israeli military has claimed that it has bombed the bridges because they are being used by Hezbollah, but there are also claims that they have...
Okay, I had to go on to Truth Social to find this, but here it is. And I would like to point just out once again, as I have on many occasions, the fact that I have to go on to Truth Social to look at the tweet of the president, and that he is personally enriched every time that somebody like me is serviced ads, should be something that Congress is actively preventing from happening, but they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit that Donald Trump enriches himself every time one of us has to look at one of these tweets on his own social media company. The same people who were crying about the Biden laptop from hell. Oh, God, Burisma, $10,000. Oh, no, that's the end of everything. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the all caps, complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided, all-cap ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term, all-caps peace with Iran and all-caps peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated.
Don't be crazy.
On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is a capital H honor to have this capital L long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, you know what I didn't hear in there at all? Israel. And while Israel's basically a U.S. puppet state, I'm not sure whether or not this is going to play. Now, if this 10-point proposal that Donald Trump is talking about includes the ending of all hostilities in the Middle East, which I do believe it does, including Israel's war on Lebanon and on Gaza, and as well, I believe, the West Bank, if it includes that part, Israel's going to need to be involved in that one. Because if they don't stop everything they've been doing in those places, I believe even the Golan Heights were mentioned at one point, and I don't know if it's still part of it, but if any of that's in there, we're gonna need Israel to agree and to stop what it's doing in places like Lebanon. Stop doing what it's been doing over the last 24 hours. Killing healthcare workers.
Taking a look at some of the day's other news now. Israeli forces have shot and killed a UN employee in Gaza and injured another. The World Health Organization staff members were traveling in a vehicle along Salah al-Din Road in southern Gaza when Israeli soldiers opened fire. The 3 other people were also injured in that attack. Hani Mahmoud is live from Gaza City. Hani, what are you learning about this?
So let me start by stating this fact. The skies above Gaza did not get it quiet until just the past half an hour or so, but it was flooded with many of the drones that could be heard clearly from here.
Okay, so the full 10-point plan has not been released, but this is from Al Jazeera from 12 hours ago. The Iranian proposal consists of 10 clauses, including an end to all conflicts in the region. If this part, the end of conflicts of the region, as before, was in their 15-point plan, including an end to the genocide in Gaza and the war in Lebanon, we're really going to need Israel to come out and say, yes, all that's good, and to actually see the culmination of that. It's going to be key. Which would be, I mean, let's be real, that would be incredible if Israel were to stop. I mean, but Will that include Israel continuing to keep a buffer zone in 20% of Lebanon's territory? Will that include Israel continuing? Because I don't think Iran will be cool with that. I could be wrong.
The western part of Gaza City, but they've been patrolling the entire eastern part of the Gaza City, the so-called Yellow Line area. The sound of tanks, the sound of armored vehicles are clearly heard from here, along with the ongoing constant heavy machine guns. Earlier this morning at about 8 o'clock, the incident actually happened between 8 and 8:30, where Israeli military advanced its armored vehicles and tanks in the eastern part of Khan Yunis city, very close to the area better known now as the Yellow Line, start shooting indiscriminately at people and vehicles moving on Salah ad-Din Road. The incident involved a commercial van transporting civilians between southern Gaza and the central area. It was followed by another vehicle that is, after verifying, contracted with the WHO, transporting employees. These are employees of the WHO from the city of Khan Yunis into central area on their way to work in the one of the hospitals and the field hospital in the central area, where the driver was shot in the head, and by the time he was transported to the Al-Aqsa hospital, he was pronounced dead right just within minutes of his arrival to the reception area of the hospital. Close to 7 people were reported with various injuries, and eyewitnesses described the shooting as heavy, indiscriminate, and went on for quite some time. It was very difficult for any one there to rush to rescue or to help those who were shot and injured in the attacks. Just in the past hour, also another drone attack here in the northern part of Gaza City. The target was an electric bike on the way, moving in the area, that was struck by a drone missiles. Killed right away the individual identified as a 36-year-old individual who was moving from his tent around the displacement camps. It involved the injuries of a child who's in critical conditions now in a Shifa hospital. Now, incidents like these nowadays, the ongoing buzz sound of drones in the area caused state of panic among individuals here. So when an incident like this happens, it takes time for the ambulance to move. It takes time for people to rush to the bomb site to rescue, because the people are always worried that there might be another missile flying or another strike happening. So it kind of delay the rescue efforts by whoever is able to do that. But this is just similar to what has been going on for the past days. Drone buzzing in the background here, patrolling the area, the sound of heavy machine guns, and also the advancement of Israeli military troops inside the Yellow Line or outside the Yellow Line for that matter, like what happened in eastern Khan Yunis this morning. Followed that, the WHO suspended out travel of patients to the Rafah crossing, which is already causing further problems for those who are in need of medical evacuation through the Rafah crossing.
Hani Mahmoud reporting from Gaza City. Thank you very much, Hani.
Okay.
All right, we'll begin with breaking news. There are...
All right, settle down. Settle down over there. Okay. Well, it's after 8 p.m. I'm looking at my feed right now. We're just going to keep going over the last 24 hours. It's still not clear to me that there's an actual ceasefire right now. What's up next? By the way, Duck, you gave me bad commands, okay? I just want to let you know that I had to do a bunch of Nightbot and trickery to actually make your commands functional. Just gonna point that out. All right. Somehow I also didn't even comment on that last disgusting atrocity that we just witnessed because I was busy making that duck command for you. But it's incredible. Israel just continues to keep killing UN peacekeepers and staff, and yet they still continue to be a UN member. I just don't understand how they've been doing this for how many years. How can they still continue to have a vote and a membership at the United Nations? They are clearly not united with anybody aside from the United States. All right, moving from those war crimes to attacks on Iran's petrochemical industrial complex in Asaluya.
All right, we'll begin with breaking news. There are reports of an attack on Iran's South Pars petrochemical facility. This, as Iran says, negotiations are incompatible with threats as the US and Iran step up their attacks on Iran. Let's now go straight to Tawhid Asadi, who's live for us in Iran's capital. So what do we know about this?
By the way, I'm not gonna do a galactic content goal tonight. But just remember, your support is what keeps the Galactic News Network alive. One thing you can do to support the stream without donating a single penny of your hard-earned money is just by liking the stream on YouTube, following on Twitch, subscribing, of course, so that you can get all of this sort of content at your fingertips and be notified whenever we go live. Of course, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships help keep us alive. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs. Also keeping us alive over there. Cash App, PayPal, donations, always appreciated, while simultaneously contributing to the financing of the galactic deficit. But of course, Patreon, the very best place to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. All right, people. Let's keep going here. This is from yesterday, by the way. We're just covering the last, 24 hours, really. Maybe
Attack on the South Pars
soft
facility.
36.
Obviously, this is going to be a major development, and this is just the initial report that came in from Fars News Agency, affiliated with or with close relations with IRGC. They came out with this very breaking news to say that the enemy attacked the South Pars petrochemical complex in the city of Asaluye, and also they're saying that a few minutes ago several explosions were heard from South Pars petrochemical complex in that city, and also they're saying that additional information details are going to be published very soon. That is the only thing so far we have, but that contextually speaking, we know that we're talking about one of the very, very important energy facilities of the country, and also that comes within the context of the threats by the US president regarding a deadline in which there is a potentiality for further escalation for the infrastructure, including oil and energy infrastructures of the country, to be targeted. And that's obviously part and parcel of the sustained airstrikes that we have been witnessing. Another major blow that Iran faced very recently was actually the announcement that we heard from IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, about the killing of the head of intelligence organization of IRGC, Majid Khademi, in the series of airstrikes that took place last night in the eastern, western, and southern areas of the Iranian capital. And added to that, we also know that we are dealing with this continued airstrikes across the country in different cities such as Karaj, Shiraz, and Isfahan. And I would say there is a long list such as Bandar Lengez, Qom, Baharistan, Shahryar. In some of these cases, we have fatalities, and these airstrikes are going on while Iran is talking about retaliatory strikes, in very particular talking about this energy complex that is said to be targeted. Previously, we heard from the spokesperson of the Khatam al-Anbiya military headquarters to talk about retaliatory strikes. They said that if the attacks on the civilian units of the country continue, this time there is going to be a widespread retaliation down the road, and they're talking about more devastating waves of their retaliation.
Hey, thank you for the sunglasses, Paige and Omega, who gave me the tinfoil hat 30 minutes ago. There we go. Now I'm geared out. I was feeling very naked. Now I'm geared out and ready to keep this stream going. Phew. Felt uncomfortable. It was weird. It was very weird. Anyways. United States and Israel carrying out strikes on an Iranian petrochemical facility, which led to Iran saying that they would be doing widespread retaliation measures as a result. But those are not the only strikes in Iran in the last 36 hours. Israel claiming it had killed the intel chief of the IRGC, leading up to the looming deadline tonight. Here's France 24 from yesterday.
In the northwest of Tehran, a muffled hissing could be heard after a gas pipe on the grounds of the Sharif University of Technology was hit. Buildings belonging to the prestigious Institution for Science, Technology and Engineering were also damaged in the attack. In a video shown on state television, the Iranian authorities called the incident a war crime.
There was a loud explosion, then nothing. The strikes caused a gas leak in the neighborhood.
Early on Monday morning, the Israeli army confirmed it had struck various infrastructure targets in the Iranian capital. There were huge explosions heard near the Azadi Tower, a well-known landmark, seen here enveloped in black clouds. While these images from the Iranian Red Cross show the aftermath of a hit on a residential area.
We are in another residential area that has been hit. People have been killed. We are carrying out a rescue operation.
Nearly 40 days into the conflict, tensions remain high.
Yep, day 39. Tomorrow will be day 40. If it doesn't end. Taco Tuesday, everybody. And let's be real, these are the most delicious of tacos because, of course, Donald Trump was threatening genocide. That's not good. That would be somehow worse than everything that's been going. We've already been watching just the worst thing happening in front of our eyes. To see the United States literally commit a genocide would probably somehow be worse, I'm pretty sure. It's why this stream is dedicated to that topic. To the topic of whether or not the United States will be doing that. seems like a pretty important, relevant thing to focus on. Really takes. I had some other things I was thinking I wanted to talk about today. This is sort of taking precedence over that completely and entirely. I think you probably all can understand that. Iran won the war. Yep, that's right. Iran is at least claiming that they've won the war here on this Taco Tuesday. I guess we'll see if that comes to fruition. If any of what's been said in the last hour or so comes to fruition, really, I'm on, what do they call it? Tenterhooks. Like, I'm on, on pins and needles over here, bated breath. All the cliches, all the good ones, all the hits. Now, another strike happened in Iran on another piece of civilian infrastructure. Sharif University. Can't say that I'm personally familiar with this university, but suffice to say, it's a school. People go to learn. Civilians. You know, Oh, there we go. Another university struck by Israel. They've been doing that. They've been doing that for the last 3 years. First, they decimated all the universities in Gaza. They've been doing it in Lebanon, and now they're doing it in Iran as well. They really don't like schools for some reason. It's almost like they don't want people to learn about history. Okay. Praise be to Allah. That's right, Shakespeare. That's right. That's US policy now. Trump tweeted it, so as we all know, that's how that works. Next clip I've got is from Forbes yesterday, showing rescue teams searching damaged buildings in Tehran after more U.S.-Israeli strikes. Of course, it's very difficult to identify who's doing the strikes between the United States and Israel at any given time. You can just assume it's both of us at all times. Since we're using basically all the same technology, some of the only differentiating signifiers, I guess you might call them, would be things like markings on planes. Otherwise, the bombs are all made in the same factories. The missiles are all made in the same fucking factories. They all say things like Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Israel has its own, like, arms industries, but they get most of their weapons, especially the ones that are being used here, from the United States. The bombs, the missiles, the planes. They build their own guns. You know, the surveillance tech type of stuff they tend to be pretty deep into. But even the bullets, I think, most of the bullets are coming from the United States. And the cash money. That's true, too. And the cash monies. Good point. Good point. Lefty. All right. Staying with Forbes. Breaking news. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna... Well, we are gonna stay with Forbes, but I am going to reorganize these. Yeah, that seems good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, staying with Forbes breaking news. Let's go to this one, also from yesterday, showing Iranian rescue teams, emergency services carrying out rescue rescue operations after airstrikes in Qom. And what appears to be another residential neighborhood, it would seem. Search dogs going through rubble, looking for any life. It's horrifying. Who knows how many people are trapped beneath now in Israel. Same images. Israeli crews in what appears to be another Iranian missile strike in Haifa. In what would seem to me to be also a residential neighborhood. Eye for an eye. That's the world we live in now. Might makes right. Screw international law. We're just going to bomb each other wherever the hell we want. Ah, great. It's all great and so good. Here's another Forbes clip. Posted shortly after, showing more Iranian missiles headed for Tel Aviv, seen in the sky above Jerusalem. Yeah, I heard about that. You know, I don't actually have a clip of that, Shakespeare, but I heard about that. I heard about the bombing on the synagogue. When I heard it, I was just like, it broke my brain, and I forgot to look for a clip. I was just like, it was so brain broken when I heard it. Like, I just, like, for whatever reason, I did not get a clip of it. I'm sure I could find one between now and the end of the stream. By the way, did I make sure to end the goals on Twitch? Because we're not doing a goal tonight. Make sure there's no goal. Sometimes Twitch starts goals without me asking. It's weird like that. Okay. Well, back to Iran. Actually, you know what? I have these in the wrong order. Hold on. Wait. Wait, I'm looking way ahead. That's what my problem is. Dude, oh my god. I need help. I need help.
I am having trouble doing the show.
Okay, everything's fine. I'm just looking ahead and screwing myself right now. Alright, France 24 next. From yesterday. War in the Middle East. At least 4 killed in strike on Haifa. Thank you for the hydration, Omega Star.
Well, let's stay then with the situation in Israel. Our correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky is in Jerusalem, and she tells us a bit about how these near-daily strikes are grinding people down.
People were wounded, some gravely, in Petah Tikva, in other sites in Haifa, where one of the cluster munitions caused damage in more than 20 sites. People are wounded in all of the suburbs of Tel Aviv and Tel Aviv. Basically, just Jerusalem was spared real damage during the course of this weekend. The south of Israel also had quite a few sirens, but less damage. And the feeling here in the country is that this war is charging ahead full speed, and that Israel's vaunted air defenses are not managing to handle this pace of missiles, which are small barrages, 1, 2, or 3 missiles launched at once. But the cluster bombs are really challenging these systems.
Yup, Iran strikes continue to get through Israelis' defenses.
Well,
the Iron Dome no longer effective, it would seem, against their latest tactics. Which, to be fair, would be a war crime if Israel or Iran were signatories to the international treaty, which would make those cluster munitions as such. But as we all know, neither the United States or Iran, or the United States, for a matter of fact, I think, are signatories to these. Actually, maybe it's a cluster munitions. Actually, no, I don't think the U.S. is either. I know Iran and Israel aren't. There's so many different ones, it's hard to remember which ones we are and are not to, because we don't. It would be nice if we were just, blanket signatories to all of the international treaties on international law, but we're not. We are not. Okay. Let's keep this moving. Lost my place again. I'm doing a terrible job.
I'm having a hard time.
Doing a terrible job. Here we are. Al Jazeera English. From yesterday. Attack on Bashar nuclear plant could trigger radiation emergency across the Gulf.
Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has issued a statement on recent attacks near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. In a social media post, the nuclear watchdog has confirmed recent impacts of military strikes near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant, including one just 75 meters from the site perimeter. The plant itself hasn't been damaged, it says, and it warns that continued military activity near the plant that's operating with large amounts of nuclear fuel could cause a severe radiological accident with harmful consequences for people and the environment in Iran and beyond. Let's now go to Robert Kelly, a former IAEA inspector, and he's currently a distinguished fellow with the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, joining us live now from Vienna. Thank you for speaking to us once again. Obviously, one of those topics that's on a lot of people's minds, especially in the region, and also those that advocate for global peace. What concerns do we have? What can go wrong if we're getting this sort of warning at this stage in the war?
I think the first thing we might look at is that this is the second time in the decade that a operating nuclear power plant has been under threat. And that was considered an unthinkable crime up until the last decade. In Ukraine, we see this happening, but both sides there want that plant to survive. It's a war prize. It's worth $40 billion, and they want, whoever wins that war wants to keep it. But at Bushehr, there's nobody to say we need to keep this plant safe. And so if the attackers decide to attack it, as Trump has threatened to do tomorrow, there could be a very severe accident, a very severe radiological accident. And that certainly is concerning to all of us. There are different ways to hit the plant. You could just try to knock it offline so it isn't producing electricity, but it's safe. Or you could go to the extreme and
a safer war crime. I love the way this guy's talking about it. You could do a safe war crime, or you could do a less safe war crime. Let's compare war crimes. Yeah, let's be real. Either one would be bad. You know, one would technically have more negative implications, but both would be bad, suffice to say. Safe war crimes are the best war crimes. That's true. That is true. Write that down.
They make me sick.
They make me sick. Honestly. The fact that the United States is like openly, we have a president who's openly threatening war crimes. And that we have all of these war crimes just being threatened and, you know, and or done. Like, not just threatened, but, like, executed in front of our eyes, ears, all day, every day now, for the last 40 days. It's been a little bit much. This is coming from a guy who covers war crimes basically every day. But to watch the United States be threatening the war crimes ourselves is it's a whole different bag. Sure, we've been funding them, yeah. Was that objectionable? Of course, yeah, undoubtedly. But it's a real shift, I would say, in vibes coming out of the White House. Hopefully Taco Tuesday holds. I'm tempted to buy some Taco Bell just so I don't jinx it. I'd have to like DoorDash it or something. That probably costs like $100. There's no way I can afford that. You know, I think I might do right now. Well, let me think. Do we do a break now or later? You know, I think I'll do a break later because I want to get us caught up. I want to get us caught up because really, I would rather us be doing at this point, even though all of this stuff that we're talking about is still fairly relevant because it's not clear that this ceasefire is going to hold, is to actually watch and try, like, you know, but to be honest, I know that once we get to the live streams, I'll regret it. So I'm just going to stay on track here, but I want to get through all of this as best as I can. Let's go next to Al Jazeera from 2 days ago in an interview with Trita Parsi. Talk about Iran's info war strategy. We've certainly seen the videos, the AI slop, the Lego, the Lego vids. Unfortunately, I keep getting hit. Keep getting either hit for like using AI, like watching AI slop, which you're not. Like, it is now something that YouTube is actually cracking down on, which I'm for. So, like, we're really not watching AI slop on here anymore. But also, I've been getting copyright struck for the Lego ones. Lego is, I can't believe they're doing it, but Lego is copyright claiming Iran's Lego videos. I guess they must be using Lego's like the video maker software to make them. So Lego's like, actually, this is, I don't know why, it's an unhinged decision in my estimation, but there it is. All right. Al Jazeera.
Turning now to the counter-narrative, the one that's coming out of Tehran. Officials there have been framing their case to international audiences. The
actual Lego company? Yes. I got a copyright strike from the actual Lego company over Iran's Lego vids. They are, I assume they're using Lego's copyrighted software to make the videos, and so Lego is not a fan of what they're doing with their software, and so they're copywriting it, I think, to prevent Iran from doing what they're doing. Because I'm getting dinged. For watching them on stream. It's one of the things that happens I don't really talk about in the background constantly. I'm having to field the world of copyright in the background. It's very boring stuff.
Tailoring their language and ideas accordingly while accusing Western media outlets of distorting the facts of this war. Inside Iran, a sweeping internet blackout remains in place, severely limiting what people can see and share. And a new front has been opened, shaped by some increasingly sophisticated AI content, further blurring the line between information and the truth. To help us understand the strategy behind all of this, we're joined now from Washington by the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, Trita Parsi. Mr. Parsi, let's start with this. This past week, Iran's President, Masoud Pezeshkian, addressed an open letter to the American people, urging them to look beyond what he called a machinery of misinformation in the U.S. What are the chances of a message like that actually cutting through, given the current media environment in America?
I find the likelihood of that message getting through to be rather limited. At the end of the day, the American public is very skeptical of this war. Even Trump's voters are starting to turn against this war. And certainly they're already very much against going in with ground troops. But the Iranian government's ability to be able to take advantage of some of those schisms beyond scoring points on social media. I've not seen any clear signs that there's any success there. And again, through the mainstream media, you will hardly be able to get any impact from that end. But the Iranians are nevertheless doing this because from their standpoint, this is not America's war. They strongly believe that Israel led America into this war. And the more they can hammer that point home with an American audience that already is very receptive to that view, particularly on the right, the more they think they can increase the opposition inside of the US against this war.
Now, the Iranian state is displaying some online skills here that many in the West were unaware that it had. Both the foreign minister and the speaker of the parliament there have acquired a fan following on X. And there are AI animations that are in the mix as well.
Okay, hold on. I gotta skip ahead because I am gonna get hit for that shit.
Have been in influencing public opinion outside of Iran.
It's really fascinating because I don't know if there's been a lot of other major wars that simultaneously have been fought on the ground, but also within an arena of meme wars, essentially. Various videos produced by both sides, propaganda videos, AI-produced propaganda videos. We really haven't seen some points. Now, whether that is the core reason why the public is negative to this war or not is really difficult to disaggregate, because at the end of the day, the public was overwhelmingly against this war from the outset. It may have reinforced their opposition.
When I was listening to this video earlier, I did not realize that they played the clips along. Like I don't know, I was just listening to it. Of course, they were playing the clips. I'm a dummy. They're gonna keep doing it. Are they done? I think they're done. Okay, good.
It may have made it stronger, but I don't think it necessarily.
Just to be clear to everybody, the clip you just saw was AI. If you didn't know.
Necessarily has led to a shift in public opinion. If anything, what has shifted is because of higher gas prices, a clear sign that Trump doesn't have a plan.
Fact is, ever since we got taken down last year, like I'm hypersensitive to these changes, and like I'm just trying my best to stay afloat of YouTube's policies on the right side of things.
Certainly, I think there will be an even greater shift if he goes in with ground troops and you have a large number of American soldiers coming home in coffins.
Let's turn to Iran itself now, the internal narrative there. The Iranian authorities, as you know, have largely blacked out the internet there for more than a month now. And it's not the first time that this has happened. Give us an idea of how crippled communications are there with the outside world. And is this blackout and the censorship within the Iranian media space defensible, in your view?
So the manner in which the government closed the internet entirely on January 8th, roughly till January 10, and then slowly they'd open it up, is a degree of closure I don't think we have ever seen before. And it's during this short period as well that a very large number of Iranian protesters and others were killed by the government, but also by some elements amongst the protesters who used violence. That level of closure is not what you're having right now. There's still a lot of limitations. It's still difficult to get through to friends, etc. But if they use VPNs, etc., it is possible. Whereas during those first couple of days in January, even with VPNs, even with Starlink, it was very difficult to get in touch with people because the Iranian government was shutting everything down and jamming Starlink as well.
Well, what do you make of the Iranian authorities and their argument that part of this is defensive, protecting Iranians and their institutions by blocking off the outside world from penetrating via the internet?
Well, let's first remind ourselves that during these times of war, this is measures, not necessarily similar to this one, but others that are taken by almost everyone. So in Israel right now, if you film Iranian missiles hitting Israel, you can end up in jail. Same thing is happening in Dubai, in which everything is being censored right now in order to make sure that this information does not come out. Now, internal communication has not been blocked by those countries. It has been by the Iranian government. Now, is there an element of truth in some of what they're saying? I think there is, because you already have admissions from the former head of the CIA that Mossad and other American agents were on the ground in Iran during those days of protests. You have opposition figures who have more or less admitted that there were some of their elements that also stood for some of the violence. But is that the only reason why the government is shutting it down? No. I think this is both because of those first stated reasons, but also because this is a way for them to show the populace that they are in control and that they will tolerate absolutely no uprisings or protests, but also in order to make sure that outside elements that are trying to penetrate Iran during these sensitive times are blocked.
What do you make of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' message from just a few days back that it would target all those U.S. tech companies, including Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, and Palantir? And what does that list of targets tell you about Iran's larger strategy in this war?
Well, the larger strategy is that they're going after elements that exist within the GCC countries that are being used directly or indirectly by the United States in order to conduct the offensive elements of this war.
There we go. Trita Parsi. Man who really knows his stuff when it comes to the Middle East. Always great to hear what he's thinking about these situations. But this whole thing is, of course, changing beneath our feet as we speak right now. However, just to keep everybody apprised of what's happening, Al Jazeera just posted 15 minutes ago, 2 hours after the announcement of Trump's announcement of the ceasefire, the Israeli consulate in Pakistan was attacked. Although it's not clear that that was at all like related to Iran at this point. It's not clear who the attackers were. It was not like an airstrike. It's quite clear people are still very pissed off at the United States and at Israel for what's been going on for the last month and a half. Now, yesterday, Iran had delivered a response to Pakistan about the U.S. 15-point proposal to end the war.
Iran has responded to Pakistan's ceasefire initiative, demanding a permanent end to the war, with the U.S.
Aren't Afghanistan and Pakistan having beef right now? If by beef you mean at war, then yes. Yes, they are. They are having beef right now. Missile beef and rockets, as well as others. It's been going on since day one of Operation Epstein Fury. Actually, it started the day before Operation Epstein Fury.
Iran has responded to Pakistan's ceasefire initiative, demanding a permanent end to the war, with the US and Israel. State media says Tehran's conditions include a new protocol for passage in the Strait of Hormuz. That's after a renewed wave of Israeli attacks on dozens of aircraft in Tehran and other locations in the country. The strikes come shortly after it targeted Iran's largest petrochemical complex in the port city of Asalua. The facility processes natural gas from the offshore South Pars field. Well, Iran says the attack damaged several production units. Strikes hit facilities that supply the complex with electricity, water and oxygen, bringing operations to a halt. The Israeli Defense Minister says the attack's a severe economic blow to Tehran. Last month, Israel hit a storage facility in the South Pars gas field. Iran responded by targeting energy sites across the region, including Qatar's Ras Laffan facility. Well, South Pars forms part of a 9,700 square kilometre gas field, the largest on Earth, jointly held by Iran and Qatar.
Hold on, I'm gonna skip ahead. We're not watching this whole video.
Let's begin with Ali Hashem in the Iranian capital. Good to see you, Ali. So Iran, we understand, responding to Pakistan's ceasefire initiative. What more do we know?
Well, Iran responded to the 15 points initiative that was, or at least 15 points that President Trump sent. The Iranians seem to have refused parts of this plan. Mainly, they responded with calling for peace to be across the region. They do not want a ceasefire. They have issues. They are having reservations. They're putting reservations on the idea of ceasefire. So they want a peace plan for the whole region. That means all regional conflicts that are already going on right now. They want them to be part of this solution. Second thing, that they want a protocol for safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz. This is what they are offering. Also, clearly, they're saying that based on previous experiences with the United States, they cannot accept a ceasefire. That's why they want something comprehensive and completely different. This is what the Iranians are putting now on the table. How would the other side, how President Trump is going to deal with this is going to be the big question.
All right, Ali, back with you in a second. Let's now speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Hackett, and look at this in more detail with you, Kimberly. So, confirmation the Iranians are engaging in diplomatic efforts with terms of their own. We talked previously about dual-track diplomacy coming from the US, so issuing threats while apparently engaging in talks. Can you shed some light on where we are right now when it comes to the US stance?
Well, it still is a dual track. What we know is that the vice president, along with Middle East envoys Witkoff and Kushner, and also the Secretary of State, but for the most part, the vice president has been leading these discussions and these back channel discussions with intermediaries. But the bottom line is that there has been no signature from the U.S. president on any deal that would lead to a 45-day ceasefire, because as you point out, the U.S. president is continuing with these threats and that looming deadline of Tuesday, 8 p.m. Washington time.
Perfect place for us to move to the next video, as we already know what's taking place, at least with regards to the Trump tweet. The Trump truth from earlier today. We all know that ceasefire has been at least announced. Whether or not it will hold, or whether or not Israel will also honor it is another thing for us to, hold our breath on, I guess you might say. Kickbag with a follow on Twitch. All right, let's go here. Democracy Now! to Israel. They had on an Israeli peace activist. Not enough of those out there.
We begin today's show in Israel, where at least 17 people were arrested Saturday as Israeli police violently cracked down on an anti-war protest in Tel Aviv, where hundreds had gathered condemning the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. The arrest came despite an order by Israel's top court that allowed the demonstration to proceed. Israeli police still moved to break up the protests, claiming Iranian missile threats. Protests also took place in Haifa and Jerusalem. Haaretz reported a missile launched by Yemen's Houthis triggered a siren in Tel Aviv around the time of Saturday's demonstration. But police reportedly refused to take the arrested protesters to an underground bomb shelter. Alonli Green, co-director of the Israeli-Palestinian grassroots group Standing Together and an organizer of Saturday's anti-war protest in Tel Aviv, was among those taken into custody. He'll join us in a minute, but first, this is the video footage of his arrest.
Keep opposing and resisting this war. We will continue to oppose this war. Every Israeli must oppose and resist this war, against the war in Iran and the war in Lebanon. It's war that hurts the people of Israel. It hurts our rights, the dead, the children, the close business.
Alonli Green was arrested at the anti-war protest in Tel Aviv and released approximately 7 hours later. He joins us now on Democracy Now! We're speaking to you first, Alonli, because you have to appear in court right after this interview. First of all, explain why hundreds of Israelis, not only in Tel Aviv, also in Haifa and Jerusalem, are protesting this past weekend. Why you were out there, why you got arrested.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me. It's actually thousands of Israelis have gone out to the streets this week, and it's a protest that is growing in Israel. People know that this war will not bring us any safety, that this war is only causing harm to the people of the Middle East, to the Lebanese, to the Palestinians, to the Iranians, and also to the Israelis. We pay a price of destroyed families, people that are dying, houses that are being demolished. It is a reality of war, and this war is a war that was initiated by Trump and Netanyahu, and we resist this war because it's a forever war. Israel is moving from Gaza to Lebanon, to the West Bank, to Iran, and then it goes back to the same fronts. And they tell us that this is for our security. But in reality, we all pay a price and we all lose from this war.
Protesters held up photos, Alonli, of children who've been killed in Iran, in Lebanon, in Israel, in Gaza, and the West Bank. Can you talk about the connections between Israel's war in Iran and attacks on Lebanon, as well as Israel's settler violence in the West Bank and the continued killing of Palestinians in Gaza?
I think all these different fronts, all these different scenes are merging into one forever war that our government and governments have tried to keep alive in order to stay in power, in order to incite the people in our society against, imagined enemies. They believe that if they will kill people in Gaza and then allow settlers to murder people in the West Bank and then attack in Iran and attack in Lebanon, the Israeli public will stay silent and that they will think that this is not a time for protesting. But I think the Israeli public is waking up. A lot of people are angry. It's been 3 years now of constant war. People are tired. People want different realities for their families. People lose their sons and daughters that are sent to kill and get killed in the army. And I believe that this is also an opportunity for the left wing in Israel to connect the struggle to the interests of the Palestinians, of the Lebanese, of the people of the Middle East, to the interests of the Israeli people, because the prices that people are paying is not the same price. I know that as an Israeli citizen, I'm not paying the price of a Palestinian in Gaza or a Palestinian in the West Bank, but the suffering of people in different degrees is still a suffering. And holding the pictures of those children lost their lives in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, in Iran, and also in Israel, is a way to show that everyone is losing in a war. The only people that are benefiting something are people like Trump and Netanyahu, maybe some oil companies that are making a lot of profit from these wars.
Is the anti-war movement in Israel growing?
Yeah, it started with a few dozens of people on the first week, and now we are a few thousands of people. In the first week, there were 90% of support among the Israeli Jewish population of the war, and now it declined to 60-something support within 5 weeks. It's rapidly.
Yeah, that number keeps coming down. I think last time we heard it was like 75 or something like that. That just keeps coming down, doesn't it? Went from almost unanimous support down to 2/3 support. Less than 2/3. It is good to see people fighting back in Israel against this war. We need more people in the United States fighting back against this war. Now, we're going to stay with democracy now. Talk about Donald Trump's expletive-laced threat against Iran from Easter. I'm still looking out right now. I'm like watching my feed and like searching on Google for reports that Israel is actually going to honor the ceasefire, something they've never done before, and or that Iran is going to honor the ceasefire, and or that this isn't a complete ruse on the part of Donald Trump, and that he's not going to do an invasion under the dark of night. Although I guess right now it's actually daytime. Let me think. So, how many hours ahead? 8 hours? How many hours ahead is Iran from the East Coast? I always forget. Anyway, staying with democracy now. Look at that. Trita Parsi.
This is Democracy
Once
Now!,
again.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran enters its sixth week, President Trump has threatened to bomb Iran's power plants and bridges unless the Strait of Hormuz is reopened by Tuesday. Trump's attacks on civilian infrastructure would constitute war crimes under international law. In a profanity-laced Truth Social post on Easter Sunday, Trump wrote, quote, "Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it." 3 exclamation points. "Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah," the president wrote. He used the actual word. Iranian officials warned with retaliating with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Naval Command, saying in a post on X, the Strait of Hormuz, quote, "will never return to its former state, especially for America and Israel," unquote. Earlier this morning, Iranian media reported explosions after an Israeli attack on the South Pars petrochemical complex in the city of Asayulia. The South Pars is one of the world's largest natural.
Wow, oil prices are down over 15%, or they were down over 15% a second ago. They're down now. They're down 14.5%, back under $100 a barrel. Wow, they were at 118 earlier today. Asia's just opened. Holy shit. Down $16 from close from yesterday. Good God. The market seems to think that Taco
Gas
Tuesday
reserves
is
shared
real.
between Iran and Qatar on the Persian Gulf. South Pars accounts for about 70 to 80% of Iran's gas supply. A separate U.S.-Israeli strike also targeted South Pars facilities in Iran last month. Meanwhile, Iranian state media reported today that Majid Khademi, intelligence chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was killed in a joint U.S.-Israeli strike.
Japan thinks it's real, Nikkei up 5%. Australia slightly more conservative with 2.5%. They're the first two markets to open this morning. On the other
For
side
more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. We're certainly not seeing any triumph of diplomacy right now, Trita Parsi. If you can talk about President Trump's expletive-laced Easter Day message to Iran.
What we're seeing here is a repeat of previous threats and deadlines, but now, of course, with far greater tone of desperation from Trump.
Yeah, I gotta say, I know it's a constantly shifting bar with Donald Trump, but this has got to be one of the most shameful possible things Donald Trump has ever said. Like, he really, I mean, and maybe, and not just Donald, like, maybe the most shameful thing a U.S. president has ever said. Like, these threats that he's making are fucking insane. The United States has for a long time pretended to care about international law and all these other things, and you know, like, this was it's insane, expletive-laden threat of genocidal, like, I mean, it's insane. The man is out of control. And it should have been 25th amended long ago. The fact that that didn't get Republicans off their seats is insane. They will let him do anything, literally anything. They do not care. He
has issued threats of this kind several times before. He hasn't fully acted on them, backed down, recognizing that he doesn't have escalation dominance. He cannot escalate his way out of this conflict, because if he goes after the power plants on a large scale, the Iranians will do the same to the infrastructure in the GCC and Israel, and the situation will become much worse, particularly in terms of oil prices shooting up. Nevertheless, he is increasingly desperate because he's realizing he cannot just end the war by walking away. He has to have some sort of a negotiated settlement. But the negotiated settlement will be very different from the one that he first had in mind, because the realities on the ground are such that he is not in a dominant position. He cannot dictate terms. And as a result, now he's trying to issue these ultimatums in the hope that the Iranians will surrender. But there's no sign whatsoever that the Iranians are in the mood of a surrender or even accepting his deadline. The Iranians are not going to accept a ceasefire that puts them in the same position as Lebanon and Gaza have been put in when they have agreed to ceasefire by the United States and Israel, which have turned out to be just temporary pauses in order for the United States or Israel to be able to regroup, and then relaunch attack.
Yeah. And the thing that I keep wondering is what are these 10 points that Iran proposed that the United States has supposedly agreed to? I'd really like to know. I'd really like to know. We're just going to keep, like, blazing through these discussions because, of course, we know a lot has changed very suddenly. Once again, this is what I was expecting tonight, and that's why we're not doing a galactic content goal. But just a reminder, everybody, the stream is completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. And without having to spend a single penny, you could support the stream by liking and subscribing on YouTube, following on Twitch. Of course, YouTube super chats, super stickers, always appreciated. Galactic memberships, great way to support the stream. Get yourself 18 sweet 17? Is it 17 or 18? I always forget. 17 or 18 sweet galactic emotes, as well as access to secret content and a feeling of galacticness that nobody else but the galactic members feel. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, all great ways over there to donate. Got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Receiving those funds immediately, if not sooner, rather than having to wait.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Got Throne if you'd like to contribute to the crowdfunding of things like a new bed frame for my tiny Earth apartment, snacks, drinks, stuff like that. Also on Throne. That's right. You could hear me taking a sip from a drink if I had one open right now. And think to yourself, maybe I bought that. But of course, the very best way to get most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains to be Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, I think we'll take a break. We're going to take a break after these. I won't force you to listen to more messages from me. More pleading with you to keep us alive. But we'll take a break after we're done talking about the threats from Trump that we're leading into today. We still got more strikes that, of course, have happened over the last 24 hours across the Middle East to cover, as well as the press conference Donald Trump gave last night with P.D. Kegsath. Then once we're through that, we'll basically be caught up. Yeah, we'll cut it off after a couple more clips. BBC News next about Trump's threats leading into today. What a weird 24 hours.
Back to President Trump's threats that he has repeated now to target Iranian energy and transport infrastructure if Tehran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz. This is what Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, and we have blanked out a swear word. He said Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the, and this is where President Trump uses an expletive, straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Well, on a lengthy post in X, former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was a prominent figure associated with the MAGA movement, is just one of the people to respond. She wrote everyone in his administration that...
Oh, I just don't care what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say. I know some people may still care. I just don't. Oh God. It's just incredible. I'm still upset that Jake Tapper never read the whole message, that we don't have that sound shot. Such a missed opportunity. I think the world would have benefited from hearing Jake Tapper say, praise be to Allah. I think that would have been a really, a healing moment for everybody.
Embassies around the world reacting to that post. Have a look at what some of them have been saying. This is the embassy in South Africa who said, seriously, think about the 25th Amendment, Section 4. That's a reference to the constitutional provision which allows for the Vice President and the majority of Cabinet to declare the President unfit for office. And that puts the VP in charge. The Iranian embassy in Austria said POTUS has stooped to an unprecedented level of begging, laced with bitter, hollow rudeness and threats. The desperation is almost palpable, dripping from every syllable. Take it easy, Tiger.
Damn. Begging. Unprecedented level of begging.
Keep your cool, wrote the Iran embassy every syllable. Take it easy, Tiger. Keep your cool, wrote the Iran embassy in Bulgaria. And in the UK, the Iranian embassy quoting the proverb, "It is better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you're a fool than to open it and remove all doubt."
You should
And
be ashamed of
finally, in
yourself for
India,
having that
the
thought.
Iran embassy saying swearing and throwing insults are how sore loser brats behave. Get a grip on yourself, old man. Let's speak to Liz Goodwin, Congress reporter at...
Bam! Iran's embassy is unleashing a slew of taunts at Donald Trump. Unprecedented level of begging, said the Iranian embassy of, was that Bulgaria? My God. India? I can't remember. No. I think it was Bulgaria. Austria.
Oh, never occurred
Austria.
to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the response from Iran after Donald Trump posted his profanity-laced Easter morning Truth Social post. He tweeted it. That's what you do on Truth Social. Write that down. Now let's go here to Zateo for the last clip of the half. Wait, what the fuck is this? Huh? Oh, it was a live stream. I see. That makes sense.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Prem Tucker, and I'm joined, as always, with our illustrious Mehdi Hassan. Before we get started on another wonderful Ask the Editor this morning, April 6th, Monday, as always, we would love to get another location check, whether you're on Substack or YouTube, wherever you are. Please drop in the comments where you're listening from. We always like to hear. Last week we had the range from South Dakota to South Yemen, and we were saying, Mehdi, that, oh, god darn, one of these days there's got to be North Dakota. My parents were looking at the comments, actually, afterwards, and they saw several North Dakotans. So shout out to your North Dakotans.
Are you sure it wasn't just your parents just posting lots of times on behalf of North Dakota?
No, completely different usernames. It was great. So you North Dakotans, I see you, I hear you, I am making space.
Okay, I can't do this. I remember what this is. This is just the thing. I can't. I don't know where this is, actually, the part that I want. And it's 45 minutes long. Love Zateo, but we can't do it. We can't do it today. Would have been more. I would have actually sat through a little bit more of it, if this was as relevant as it was 3 hours ago.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Nah. Ga. Da. Not gonna. Al Jazeera.
Donald Trump.
The actual final clip of that.
The one. They are both recovering very well. They were both injured, and they're doing well. What else?
By the way, I'm so glad that there's like a keyboard solo going in the background. So like a mediocre
Well, you know what? When you do
solo.
thousands and thousands of flights, and you have one plane shot down, and not mortally, the two pilots got out. They got a little bit lucky, and you know what? In war, you need a little bit of luck also. They got a little bit lucky. That's all they got.
Ending the war. What's stopping you from ending the war?
Well, it could end very quickly, the war. They do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know that. They've been negotiating, I think, in good faith. We've had total regime change. You know, the people.
I don't know if the keyboardist is doing it on purpose. This has got to be one of the worst keyboard solos I've ever heard. If it is on purpose, in a way, he's a great patriot. Or is she? He or she. Either way.
There now are much more reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase 1 and phase 2. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out, the second regime was taken out, now the third group of people that we're
good point, Omega Star, or they.
dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter.
Could be a non-binary keyboardist. Making a good point. There we go. All right, there's Donald Trump. I think that was the egg roll. That was the Monday Easter egg roll. The day after Easter egg roll, which seems less significant than Easter, right? Like, why do an egg roll not on Easter? Then you're just a weirdo rolling eggs in the lawn for no apparent reason. Yesterday was Easter. We're still celebrating, still rolling eggs. All right, everybody, quick break. Why is it so quiet? There we go. are back. That's right, break is over. Stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. Okay, people. Well, it's been a fascinating 24 hours, to say the least. 48, I guess. Donald Trump making a deadline for Tuesday. Making a profanity-laden tweet on Truth Social, threatening genocide and war crimes, simultaneously praising Allah. It's been weird. It's been weird. And now we have a potential ceasefire on our hands. Not more than 2 hours old. Tentative agreement. Although I still don't have a clear understanding whether Israel is on board with this at all. Been trying to check my feed and the news as this all goes on. But leading up to the ceasefire, the United States and Israel were continuing to wage Operation Epstein Fury across the Middle East and in Iran, where strikes there killed at least 25 on Monday.
Overnight airstrikes by the United States and Israel on the Iranian capital and other parts of the country have killed 25 people. One of the targets that were hit overnight is the Sharif University of Technology. And the building behind us is the one that was destroyed inside the compound. Iran retaliated by firing missiles and rockets into Persian Gulf countries as well as Israel. The escalation comes as an ultimatum set by US President Donald Trump for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The narrow passage on the tip of the Persian Gulf is coming close. Trump said that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, the United States will destroy the country's power facilities as well as bridges and turn the country back into the Stone Age. An Associated Press team will be crossing into northern Iran from Turkey through the Kapikoy border crossing. We are now on the Iranian side of the border. We are having our passport stamped, and within minutes we'll begin the 12-hour drive to the Iranian capital of Tehran. Our assignment has officially started. It comes at the start of the 6th week of the war that was launched by the United States and Israel on February 28.
Okay, well, there is Iran's Associated Press outfit landing, crossing into Iran the day before the ceasefire is announced, which is honestly, in my opinion, a great time for them to show up so that they can make sure that the ceasefire is followed. It would be nice if they could put up a live stream right now. Unfortunately, I don't see one. And by the way, if anybody does see a live stream from Iran, from inside Israel, from any of the like any relevant, like any of the Gulf countries, right? Like any, right now, all the AP live streams are like not going at like the most relevant possible time you could imagine, right after ceasefire is announced. Maybe I don't know. Maybe something's wrong with me. I can't find them. If you find anything like that, send them. If you find, clips of strikes happening in the wake of this, please send them in the Discord. 'Tis the only place you can send me clips. Yes, I was muted. Yes. Yep. I was muted. It's true. Now, in Lebanon, people have been seeing the full force of Israel's illegal war. Civilians bearing the brunt of that. Al Jazeera English from yesterday got us talking about that.
A neighborhood in Shneh, a district in the Lebanese capital, nearly reduced to rubble. This Israeli strike killed a Hezbollah commander, but it also killed civilians, including a 15-year-old child. As the conflict enters its 6th week, civilians are increasingly being caught in the fighting. Some attacks have even killed entire families. Lebanon's health ministry says hundreds of people have been killed. Officials don't differentiate between combatant and civilian deaths, but they estimate roughly 25% of them are children, paramedics, and women. And thousands have been injured, as the hospitals that are still operating across the south are under strain, facing staffing and supply shortages.
The enemy committed a massacre against humanity. There is no office, no weapons, no rockets, nothing. It's a residential building.
Homes, too, are being systematically destroyed. The Israeli army has been publishing videos of demolitions in villages along Lebanon's southern border with Israel. Many of them had already been leveled to the ground before the latest fighting began, during repeated Israeli incursions into Lebanon over the past 2 years, despite a ceasefire that took effect in late 2024. On the ground, Israeli troops try to advance under heavy air and artillery power. Their tactics are being described as a scorched earth policy to occupy Lebanese land. But Hezbollah has been slowing their advances through ambushes and anti-tank fire. Israel's army chief says the objective is to establish a forward defensive line to protect communities in northern Israel. He also says the invasion is meant to advance the military's goal of disarming Hezbollah. The word he uses is advance, not achieve. It appears the Israeli military realizes that occupying Lebanese territory up until the Litani River will not be enough to disarm Hezbollah. The group's strategic weapons, like precision-guided missiles, are north of the river. That means it will still be able to target Israeli troops in this so-called security zone. But it's a costly war for Hezbollah and its supporters in particular. But the whole of Lebanon is feeling the impact. The government has again called on Hezbollah to negotiate, but the group insists the shortest path to calm is for Israeli troops to withdraw.
Lebanon's a complicated place. But really, whenever you hear Hezbollah, you should think like Democrats or Republicans or something like that. Because that's really all they are. I mean, but if Democrats and Republicans had their own armies, that's basically what they are. They're an elected political branch that holds political office in southern Lebanon and effectively controls much of it. And, you know, like, they're talked about by the United States and Israel as terrorists. The fact is, the United States and Israel have killed more civilians than they have in the last 25 years. And this is just the seizure of territory of Israel's neighbor. And of course, a complete violation of the UNSC Charter. Now, one village is in shock after an Israeli strike. A predominantly Christian village in Lebanon. Not spared by Israel.
We're here at the aftermath of an Israeli strike that hit last night on the Christian village of Ein Zedeh, just east of Beirut. People here are now cleaning up the morning after, and the target of the strike remains unclear. Israel said it was striking Hezbollah, but this is a Christian village, and the 3 people who were killed were all civilians. Actually, among them was a politician, a Christian politician, as part of an anti-Hezbollah party in Lebanon, and his wife, who were killed, and others were injured. So people here are searching for answers as this war between Israel and Hezbollah continues to rage.
There we go. A Christian anti-Hezbollah politician and 2 other civilians killed by Israel in strikes in southern Lebanon on a predominantly Christian village. Once again, not spared by Israel. They don't give a shit. This is about land grabbing. Not Hezbollah, not terrorism, but territorial control over its Arab neighbors. Now, Iran launched more missiles last night at Israel. Here is Forbes breaking news. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going through the clips here. This is from Tel Aviv. You can see what appears to be... Oh, Jesus. You can see what appeared to be interceptors launching from the ground with loud blasts shortly after. Okay, I think that's where the clip loops right there. Or actually, maybe not. Hold on. Does this continue? Oh, actually, I think it does. Suffice to say, attacks over Israel from Iran seen throughout all of last night. The wreckage, damage from those strikes could be seen in the morning. Now, from what I can tell, much of this is probably the result of intercepted missiles or cluster munitions or both. Here's another clip from Forbes breaking news. This is in Haifa. You can see what appears to be some sort of residential building partially collapsed as a result of an Iranian missile strike. Dozens of recovery crew retrieving bodies from a building here. Yeah, it's been a fairly crazy 48 hours, folks. A lot of people have died. And caught in the middle is all the Gulf nations who have been hosting U.S. bases for all of these years, now finally seeing the consequences of such a thing.
Gulf nations are bearing the brunt of the US and Israel's war with Iran, and more attacks could lead to a bigger crisis. Now, oil and gas power Gulf economies, but more than 60 million people living here rely on desalination plants, which turn seawater into fresh water meant for drinking. Now, Iran has been accused of targeting some of these facilities across the region. Tehran has denied these allegations. Now, Kuwait has shut 2 of its power generation and desalination plants after attacks. Roughly 90% of its drinking water relies on these facilities. In the last month, Iran has also been accused of targeting a desalination plant in Bahrain. Now, Gulf nations have intercepted most of these missile attacks, but some of them have targeted critical infrastructure in the region. So right from oil refineries to ports to industrial hubs to gas facilities have all come under sustained Iranian missile and drone strikes. In Saudi Arabia, a drone strike caused a fire at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. Authorities responded by shutting it. And Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city also sustained some damage in Iranian strikes. Now, this is the country's main gas facility, disrupting 17% of its exports. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have also hit U.S. companies. They have targeted specifically high-tech and financial assets. Now, let's take a look at Iran. Several cities across Iran have been hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes. And within these cities, we've seen schools, hospitals, healthcare centers, research centers have all been hit. Now, this is the bridge that connected capital Tehran with the city of Karaj. It was hit in a U.S. strike. Now, Iran has responded by threatening to carry out attacks on bridges across the Gulf. Now, legal experts say intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure may constitute a war crime. Now, we've seen Israeli and U.S. attacks in the vicinity of Iran's only functioning nuclear facility, and we've seen several attacks on the Natanz nuclear facility too.
Illegal.
Well, a lot of crimes. A lot of crimes going on. Of course, the 3 actors in this war that has been going on for the last 40 days have been, 3 parties that have ignored international law for quite some time. Israel probably being sort of up for grabs. I'm just not clear. I mean, of course, the genocide's a blatant violation. Multi-year-long continued violation of international law. But we've done a whole bunch of war crimes, too. Including all the torture and stuff. Civilian deaths in the first Middle East debacle of the 21st century. Is it all over, Space Fams, or is it going to continue? Question I'm asking myself right now. Well, Donald Trump had some fascinating things to say yesterday, both at the Easter, day after Easter egg roll, and at a press conference which was held later in the day. Let's go to this one first. Fascinating clip Donald Trump had to say, of what Donald Trump had to say, regarding the civilians in Iran. People who he'd been telling to, quote-unquote, rise up for some time now. Whoopsies.
45-day ceasefire, do you like that?
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with? Who you with?
PBS.
Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you.
Radical left lunatics.
Very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, and they go keep them. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that.
Very upset.
The Iranian people will fight back.
We gave guns to a certain group of people who were saying they were going to do a coup, and then they decided not to. They looked at the guns and they said, actually, these guns are too beautiful. Can't use them. Much better to look at. And there you go, Donald Trump saying that actually the people of Iran want us to keep bombing. Here, I'm going to actually let him finish this one.
They're not going to be shot, and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go in the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they have absolutely no weaponry, and they've been told, point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed.
There you go, Donald Trump throwing out an insane number with no evidence to back it up. 45,000 protesters all dead. All of them are dead. We just need to get more guns. We just need them. We just need more protesters with guns. But Donald Trump claiming that the people of Iran actually want the United States to bomb. They want to hear the bombs, he said. They want to hear the bombs. When we don't bomb, they're sad. Because they think we're going to stop bombing. But if we could just get the right people, the right guns, it would all be it'd be very different. Very different situation. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say about Americans as well. Direct message to a certain group of America.
I'm very good to see you. Happy Easter. Real quickly, and thanks for your friendship, by the way. I appreciate that. You're going to talk about this. I didn't drop you. No, thank you. I never stop supporting you, ever. You're going to talk about it today at 1 o'clock. But how great was that rescue mission? Some people say they've never seen it before.
There's a theory that it's never happened because it's 2 pilots. It was 2. And remember, the first day we went into an open desert, and that helicopter has so many bullets. You would have respected helicopters, and you would have said, no way it could stay.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about this clip. Okay, that's fine. That's not the one I meant. That was not the message to America. So many bullets. They had so many bullets. I don't know why he's saying that. That helicopter it had so many bullets. Can't believe it. It's really weird. All right, here is Trump's message to America.
What do you say to Americans who are not a fan of the war?
They're foolish, because the war's about one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Had we not broken the Barack Hussein-Obama agreement, you know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal. This is years ago, my first term. You would have had a total. Israel would have been gone. Extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase 1. We killed Soleimani.
The music is hilarious in the background. All the fucking real book charts they're playing. That was just hilarious to me. Oh my god, just in the middle of it. I gotta hear that one
At
more
a
time.
minimum, would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase one. We killed Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing. Maybe. We'd still be winning, but it would have been
If they had
harder.
it, maybe.
Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle.
We've been obliterating it, and they just don't want to say uncle. We've been obliterating it so hard. Oh, we obliterate. We obliterate over and over it again. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump's a message to America who don't support Operation Epstein Fury. You are foolish. Very, very foolish. Okay, America? Okay. If you don't support Operation Epstein Fury, you're actually not a great patriot, and in fact, participating in America Last behavior. Very foolish. Now, while we are at the egg roll, Donald Trump also said this about Iranian oil. Another choice clip. Had a lot of fascinating
And we might
takes
have,
here.
well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible... They've killed 45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000 protesters. We don't do that. So if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that. I'll give you an example. Venezuela has worked out so incredibly. We have 100 million barrels of oil right now in Houston being refined. It's been great.
It's been great. Don't you see? It's been super great. Everybody's loving Venezuela. We have the president and his wife sitting in a jail, and that's actually great. They're right there, sitting in a jail in Manhattan, hanging out with Luigi. But the oil, that's really what we want. But unfortunately, the people, they don't want it. They don't understand. The American people, they don't understand. Very stupid. Very stupid, the American people. Oh, those very foolish and stupid American people, they don't want the oil. But I do. I wish I could have it. It's the soundtrack that seals the soundtrack. Is really, though, the egg roll soundtrack really added to the production value from those clips, I gotta say. It got better as it went. It got better as it went. We're obliterating them. We're obliterating all of Iran. They can't even stop us. We'll just take the oil, just like in Venezuela. Couldn't stop us. Put the Ayatollah in jail. All right, unfortunately, we're not done with the president. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we're not done with the president. He had a lot of stuff to say yesterday. He was very busy. Very busy man. Saying all sorts of things. Not just informally, outside of the White House at the egg roll. He was also doing press conferences at the Ministry of Truth briefing room.
It's a great honor to be with you, and Happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail.
I'm just remembering it's actually not Manhattan. It's in Brooklyn. Why am I saying Manhattan? Big dummy. It's the MDC.
And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because
strong and evil.
You send in 200 men to pick up one.
Look at Pete Hegseth's face. Look at Pete Hegseth's face when Trump says that. Send in 200 to pick up one guy. Look at Pete. That's the most alert he has looked in quite a while. I wonder, was that a secret? Was that a secret, Pete? 200. We sent in 200 people to pick up one guy. One guy, 200 people at risk. Very, very risky. All right, we can't watch this whole press conference because it's 45 minutes, so we're going to hit the clips. Hit the clips. Seems like the best thing to do.
And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Never seen
before.
before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
The entire country, all of Iran, could be taken out one night. Might be tomorrow, we'll see. Might be tomorrow. Just have to wait and see. You never know.
Reza Sayeh is our correspondent standing by in Tehran. Before we bring in Reza, let's take a listen to Donald Trump speaking earlier at the White House briefing room regarding ending the conflict. He's basically saying that he could wipe out Iran.
We're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
One night, might be tomorrow night. He's issued that deadline tomorrow,
Immediately,
8 p.m.
if
Eastern
not
Standard
sooner.
Time, 2 a.m. Central European Time. Reza Sayeh is in Tehran. Reza, Trump making that threat, it sounds very chilling when it comes so coldly out of the US president's mouth.
Yeah, certainly it does sound chilling. This speech was made about 30 minutes ago. We still haven't had official word from Iran's leadership, the foreign ministry. I can say they're used to these kinds of threats by Mr. Trump. They're used to these sorts of undiplomatic statements. But even when you hear them again, I think it takes you a while, takes you a second to remember that these are coming from the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, threatening to annihilate an entire country. He also made more undiplomatic statements calling the Iranians and the Iranian leadership animals, making more unfounded claims that Iranians are begging to be bombed. But when you cut through many of these unfounded claims, many of his incoherent statements, I think there is something significant that he said. And he said he wants to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, last week he had made statements explicitly saying he doesn't mind for this conflict to end and for the Strait of Hormuz to be in Iranian control. Now, over the past 3 days, on several occasions, he has reiterated that it's important for him, that it's priority for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened. And that's where we have the deadlock here. That's where we have.
Yes, indeed. Strait of Hormuz has been one of the big levers which Iran seems to have that hurts the United States and the West, the global economy. Something that causes the old Dow to go down.
The Dow right now.
The Dow right now is not 50 thou. It's only 46 thou. Down almost 10% from the highs. Although, as I was saying earlier, markets are responding to Taco Tuesday big time. Right now in Asia, Japan is now up 5.5%, even higher than it was when we last mentioned it. Australia still up 2.5%. China up 2 to 3%. And oil prices down below $100 a barrel. $96 a barrel. Down nearly 15%. Whether any of this will hold for a significant period of time, hard to say. Now, Donald Trump was asked a question at this press conference about the threats that he had made over the weekend regarding Bridge Day and Power Plant Day. Something which we've pointed out are clear threats of war crimes. Collective punishment against a civilian population.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators.
Nope, not a big deal. War crimes? No. What, New York Times? Failing New York Times. More like the failing New York Times. What a child. What a
we have a
fucking
demented,
child.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You're a little baby.
Yeah, he's a little baby with access to nuclear
Disgusting and
weapons in the
probably
U.S.
illegal.
military. Okay, well, that was Donald Trump yesterday at that press conference saying, actually, no, not worried about the war crimes. I don't know if we can watch this next clip. I've been trying to decide whether or not to watch this clip. The fact is, this is the President of the United States saying this. And so, I feel like somehow it's necessary to show just how far Donald Trump has debased the office of president. But just a trigger warning for everybody, Donald Trump is about to say something very offensive. So, just a warning. Let's talk about what Donald Trump well, not Donald Trump, but what Donald Trump says, another world leader had to say about Joe Biden. Once again, trigger warning. This is going to be rather offensive.
Strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump.
Why? Oh my God. 2026, people. Quite a year, huh? Quite a year. Donald Trump claiming that Kim Jong-un referred to Joe Biden as the R word, repeating it multiple times in a press conference. It's unbelievable. It's unhinged. It is beyond unhinged. He's just cursing. He's like sitting on the toilet cursing on True Social. Praise be to Allah. Like, this guy is unraveling. How is he still president? I don't understand. What a fucking clown. Seriously. He's the president of the United States. Everything he says is important because he's the president of the United States. And he's talking like, I don't even know. I can't even, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like I said, he's debasing the office of the president. Continuing to, at least. Oh, God. Now, you may have noticed him in some of those clips peeking out of the corner. But Pete Kegzeth was, in fact, at this briefing as well. Let's see what the Secretary of War Crimes had to say.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable.
They're kind of stoppable, as we've seen. It's been pretty clear they're fairly stoppable in the skies, getting shot down over and over again. So they're definitely stoppable. And while Pete Kegzeth comes out here and declares great success, the fact is, this was not a great success. This was a great undoing of a mistake. Not a great success.
Great success.
You know, we made like we had multiple fighter planes shot down, and as a result of it, we had to go in there and save their asses. Could have been honestly, it could have been worse, but still, I mean, it's clearly an example of the U.S. not actually being unstoppable, having to make up for that fact suddenly. And at great potential cost and risk. Like Donald Trump said, there were 200 people involved in the mission to try and save this one soldier. Any number of them could have potentially lost their lives as a result of it. Now, amidst all of this, the numbers have been coming in, and people are not a fan of Operation Epstein Fury. We should go to the very best. Very, very best. We all know who we're talking about. You know I'm talking about the greatest. The one, the only. Harry Emden.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. I'm Harry Enton, and we are running all the numbers on why war isn't helping Trump, and you won't see this on air. Why is there not a rally around the flag event for Donald Trump? In fact, you look at these numbers, they're absolutely bonkers. There's been the opposite of a rally around the flag event. Look at this. Net approval change due to actions in Iran. If you look a month in, back during the Iranian hostage crisis, look at this. Jimmy Carter saw his net approval rating jump up by 32 points. There was a massive rally around the flag event. But look at this. Trump's net approval rating, it's actually down. It's actually down 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 4 points since the beginning of the war in Iran. And indeed, you can look at wars during the last 35 years in the Middle East, and you see the same story. That is usually you see rally around the flag events. You're not seeing that here. Look at this. 1 month change in net approval ratings during the Iran war, the Iraq war, and the Gulf War. Both of these, of course, being fought with Iraq. And look at this. Again, you see Trump here, 4 points under war. Look at this with George W. Bush.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Look at this. Again, you see Trump here, 4 points under war. Look at this with George W. Bush. 14 points above, that is his net approval rating jumped by 14 points. And look at George H.W. Bush. My goodness gracious, a jump of 31 points in just a month's time from the start of the Gulf War to a month in. So we see that.
Fool me. Fool me, you can't fool me again. Okay. All right, let's write that down. Fool me, can't fool me again. That's how it works, right? That's the words of former President Bush. It's an old saying. Tennessee, probably Texas. Texas, probably Tennessee. You know, fool me, shame on you. And as a result of you fooling me, can't fool me again. Although it did fool me again. Technically did fool us again, right?
Not gonna do
First
it.
Bush,
Wouldn't be present
right?
at this juncture.
There's an old saying in Tennessee.
Bush. So I guess twice. Fool me twice? I think it's because that it must be because Bush screwed that one up so badly that America got confused. Was it twice, or did he fool me once, or fool me twice? And then, but definitely 3 times. Fool me 3 times, not happening. Not gonna do it. Now, Israel has Not just Israel, but all nations involved in this situation have, of course, been continuing strikes throughout the last day. Destruction seen in southern Beirut. And this clip from Forbes breaking news. Oh shit, Bunker Cat just raided. Thanks for the raid, Bunker Cat. Did you just raid on the vertical stream? Nice. Honestly, we had nobody on the vertical stream. So that helps us. Reference frame. Happy poop scent for 10 jewels. Thank you, reference frame. I didn't even notice that. And a dono from CJ from the 6. Incredibly generous. 25 bones to the galactic deficit on PayPal. That is quite appreciated. Keeping us on track. To hopefully complete the galactic deficit by the end of the month. Alright, back to Beirut. I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget to change the deficit counter. By the way, everybody, if you aren't, go follow Bunker Cat on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Got a channel on both platforms. A leftist cat, a literal leftist cat, who deserves your follows. Well, there you can see, once again, another Israeli strike in a residential neighborhood in southern, not even southern, Lebanon, central Lebanon. People keep calling Beirut southern Lebanon, like southern Lebanon, but it's not. Like, it's smack dab in the middle. That was a lovely kitchen backsplash, too. That's unfortunate. I don't know why I keep bringing that up whenever we see them. I think it's because it's just one of those things that are so, like, inherently residential in my mind. It's like, you see that in homes, right? Like, you don't see that. Like, it's not, you know? Like, that's... This is clearly somebody's apartment or something. You know, it's like it's purely decorative. Like, it's not necessary. Something that somebody does to beautify their space, their living space. The living space that just got brutally ripped apart by weapons of war. Ay, ay, ay. What are we gonna do with these kids? Yeah.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Come on.
But the fighting has continued, or at least had continued throughout all of yesterday, the results of which could be seen throughout the region, not just Lebanon, back in Tel Aviv, explosions ringing out as Iranian rockets come flying in. I grab a drink? Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm going to keep going through the clips, try and get us up to present, because really at this point we're on ceasefire watch. This is really where I'd like us to be at this point tonight. No galactic content goal, but just a reminder, your contributions keep the Galactic News Network alive. One way you could contribute without having to spend a single dime. Your hard-earned money, you could just like and subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. But of course, things like YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, always appreciated. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch. Cash App and PayPal donos, also a great way to support the stream. You got Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Now, we're not going to take a break. We're going to skip the third, whatever break right now, second, third break. We'll do another break later. But I'm just trying to get us to current right now because of the continuing fluidity of the situation. Honestly, feels a little weird not to be focused in on whether the ceasefire is at all holding right now. But one more clip in Israel before we leave there at the site of an Iranian missile strike in Haifa, leaving Tel Aviv. This strike killing 4 and injuring at least 20 people.
Hours of searching through the rubble to recover bodies after an Iranian missile hit Haifa in northern Israel. But people here are also searching for answers about why Israel's advanced air defense systems failed to intercept this missile. This damage could have been even worse. The fragmentation warhead, which expels shrapnel when they explode, did not detonate. Had it done so, the casualties and destruction could have been far greater.
This is a war of another kind in which fragmentation missiles are fired at us, causing destruction where they fall. And we see very harsh results. I fear that we will not see the end and that this war will be long. These wars will accomplish nothing.
Many Israelis are also asking how long this war will go on. Iranian attacks continued into Monday, causing several injuries. Major damage to homes and buildings in Tel Aviv was reported. And to the east, in Beit Tikva, shrapnel from a cluster munition injured one person.
That's literally, this right here is literally the strike that I said I thought was shrapnel. That's kind of wild. Do you remember that? We literally were just looking at it like an hour ago. It's the same car. That is weird. But I look at these I look at these strikes every goddamn day. At this point, I'm starting to recognize what causes what kind of damage at this point. That's that's something I'm going to have to deal with my own personal time. All right, let's go here to democracy now from earlier today. Report from Tehran. It would be nice if this war would come to an end. Although I worry that this is only a brief hiatus. Oh, puppy treat. Puppy treat. For like, where are her treats? There we go. Whoops.
President Trump has renewed his threats to attack Iran's civilian infrastructure, warning that every power plant and every major bridge in Iran could be destroyed if the Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened by 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Speaking to reporters Monday at the White House, Trump shrugged off questions about threats to civilians, saying very little is off limits. He also said Iran, a country of more than 90 million people, could be, quote, taken out in one night.
They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry condemned the Trump administration's approach to negotiations.
Negotiation in no way involves an ultimatum, a crime, or a threat to commit war crimes. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian nation have very, very bitter experiences of negotiating with America, and we did not gain these experiences lightly to simply ignore them.
For more, we're joined by two guests. In Shanghai, China, we're joined by Zeynep Malakuti, Senior Fellow at the Global Peace Institute and Research Affiliate at the Middle East Institute, National University of Singapore. She previously served as Director of the Human Rights Department at the UNESCO Chair for Human Rights, Peace and Democracy in Iran. And in Tehran, Iran, we're joined by Mohammad Eslami, Research Fellow at the University of Tehran and co-author of The Second Europe, a study of Iranian-European nuclear negotiations. He was also the editor-in-chief of Khorasan Diplomatic Magazine and traveled regularly with Iranian negotiators during the Iran nuclear deal talks. They've just co-authored a piece together for Responsible Statecraft headlined, "Hormuz is not a tool to end the war, but how Iran wins the aftermath." We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Mohammad Eslami, you're in Tehran, the capital of Iran. First of all, can you just talk about how the war is unfolding on the ground in Tehran?
First of all, thank you so much, Hemi, for having me in your program. I'm a follower of your program, Democracy Now! From years. Here in Tehran, the people are waiting for Trump's reaction to his own deadline, and they're not thinking this deadline as a kind of powerness of President Trump, but considering his inappropriate rhetoric, talking about this deadline, they are thinking that it's a message of weakness from him. So the Iranian, the ordinary persons or ordinary people, they are understanding what.
By the way, everybody, here's some breaking news for you. Why is there no sound for this sound shot?
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to Naps with Cat.
Naps with Cat receiving a sweet, sweet galactic sub from a megastar. Enjoy that. Enjoy that, Naps with Cat. Good to see you, first time chatter. Getting a gifted sub from one of the mods. One of the most generous mods in the entire galaxy. What I was about to say is we got fucking breaking news here. Remember that ceasefire? It would seem, potentially, this is not a guarantee. I'm not seeing it from any extremely reputable outlets yet. But Fox News just reported, as of an hour ago on their YouTube channel, that Iran has done another strike on Israel. Didn't take long. How long was that? An hour and a half? Well, this is what I was saying before, is that there's a number of parties that were not in that tweet that Donald Trump put out that needed to be in the tweet, like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. You can get the democratically elected government or whatever to sign up for it, but they aren't the ones who are actually in charge of any of the military operations. You think it's people in chat think it's a false flag. That would be wild if it were the case. I have no information of that at this time. But it certainly would be convenient to anybody who wanted the war to continue. For this deal to be scuttled. That's faster than I thought it would be. If I'm being real, it's a little faster than I was thinking that the ceasefire would be violated. Hour and a half? How long? No, 2.5. 2.5 hours. How long have we been going? We're going 3.5, and it got announced midstream. So, yeah. 2-3 hours. 2-3 hours. The 2-3 hour ceasefire. Perfect ceasefire. Everybody's saying
in terms of the war, but it's not in a way that they think that the government should stop the war, because they know that after the war, another war will become again. And the question here in Iran, which every person is talking, is all this operation, if all this operation is against the Islamic Republic, or is about the Iranian people and Iran as a country. And it is interesting that Donald Trump himself continuously said that he's talking about Iran and Iranians. He's not talking about the Islamic Republic. I'm sorry to say that, but recently when they asked him about bombing infrastructure all around Iran, I'm sorry to say that, but he said that they are animals. So people here are talking about Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, and everyone knows that right now it's not about Islamic Republic, it's about Iran as a very powerful country in the region.
And Mohammed, you said, quote, that Trump appears to assume that Tehran is using the Strait as a bargaining chip in exchange for a ceasefire or even sanctions relief, but that assumption is mistaken. How so?
Very interesting question, because from the Iranian point of view, after Trump started the war on Iran, they recalculated about the Strait of Hormuz. And it is interesting to say that they discovered that it is a kind of historical mistake for them not to control the Strait of Hormuz. So they're not thinking about the Strait of Hormuz as a card to have a ceasefire or to stop the war. They know that the war has two dimensions. One is a tactical dimension, and the second one is about the strategy. The tactical dimension is the battle, and the strategy is the war. So while the Donald Trump and the US Army and the Israeli army are focused on the battle, Iranians are thinking about the war. So one of the points that Iranians are thinking about is about deterrence. In the previous 12-day war and in the current war, the Iranian officials understood that their missile program is important. They are targeting the US bases, they are targeting Israel, but it's not enough. So they should have something more in terms of deterrence. So one of the things about deterrence, and which the Iranian officials think they should rebuild after the war, is the deterrence, which is the Strait of Hormuz. But it is not only about the deterrence. It is also about a card to reestablish their relations with other countries out of the regime of sanctions, unilateral sanctions by the United States, and the UN sanctions that is again after the snapback. So the Iranians are thinking about the Strait of Hormuz in a strategic way, and they want to have a constructive role in global economy rather than a destructive role. And the Strait of Hormuz, for them, is a card to have a bilateral relations with European countries, with also the regional countries, with Asian countries, and they are thinking about this. As I told you, it is not about the Islamic Republic. It's not about defending the Islamic Republic. They think that it was a historical mistake for them. I'm sure that Zainab will explain more, but legally speaking, it is their right to control the Strait of Hormuz.
And I wanted to ask you about Trump's threat to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. It seems to me that throughout this conflict, the President Trump has not really grasped the size and power of Iran, and has consistently overestimated the power of the United States to do what it wants. I'm wondering your thoughts about that.
Yeah, you know that President Trump doesn't have any plan for this operation. Who has the plan? Bibi Netanyahu has a plan for this operation. But what's the plan? What's the problem with Bibi Netanyahu? Netanyahu is the prime minister of a country with 10 million persons. But the persons and the population of Tehran in night, I'm not talking about in the morning, the population of Tehran in night is more than 10 million persons. So it's the question of scale. They cannot understand a big country, a big economy, a big society of the Iran. So they thought that by killing the Iranian supreme leader, by killing the high-ranking negotiators, by bombing the infrastructure, by bombing the bridges, as they're talking about, they can push Iranians to surrender.
I'm gonna keep this going just because this thing just keeps like developing, and I gotta get us there. Honestly, everything, much of what we skipped over is all of a sudden becoming relevant again, I feel like. But like at this point, I feel like we just have to get ourselves up to current, and we'll just sit here watching as things go together. Oh my god. Are we gonna do the war crimes, you figure? Now that the ceasefire's been broken? Are we gonna do Bridge Day and Power Plant Day? Oh, God. Is that what we're gonna do? Are we gonna do that? I mean, that's what Donald Trump was threatening less than 24 hours ago. Bridge Day and Power Plant Day. It was supposed to start 3 hours ago. Then we declared a ceasefire. And then the ceasefire got broken. Same night. Lot happening. Lot of developments, people. Keep up. Keep up. Silly you being excited for ceasefire. That was silly of you. That was very silly of you, Naps with Cat. Look at you. Look at you being silly. Now, apparently yesterday, the United States struck Harg Island, claiming it was a military target. Even though there's effectively 0 military targets on the island. Here's CNN from 13 hours ago.
We are just learning of new reports of explosions on Karg Island. This handles almost all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%. If you look at that map, it's actually, yeah, you can see it all the way up there at the top of the Persian Gulf there, just off the coast of Iran. President Trump has repeatedly threatened to bomb or seize the island, and there have been strikes before. Oil prices have been spiking over the last few minutes since the reports have been coming in of these strikes, up about 2 to 3% in the numbers that I've seen. Again, now over 3% there in some cases. Brent crude up more than 1%. Let's get right to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv, monitoring the situation. Jim, what are you learning about this?
Yeah. John, I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirms to CNN that the U.S. struck targets on Karg Island overnight. To be clear, this U.S. official says these targets were military targets on Karg Island, not oil facilities. To your point in the introduction, John, the U.S. has previously struck military targets on Karg Island going back to the middle of March, and that appears to be what they've done again this time. And that's an important distinction, of course, because, yes, the president has held out the possibility of striking oil facilities there, which would have an impact far beyond Karg Island, given that this is where more than 90% of Iran's oil exports come out of. But again, U.S. official confirming strikes, but making clear that those strikes are solely on military targets on Karg Island.
Again, the reason we're distinguishing those two, because the president has said by tonight, and we have a countdown clock actually over in the corner right there, by 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight, which is now 11 hours, 56 minutes, and 54 seconds, the president has said if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, if there is no deal reached, he will hit all bridges and all power plants.
Illegal.
Of course, I just want to remind everybody that this whole war is illegal. It was an illegal war of aggression without justification, so... not really... I'm sure it's necessarily important, although we're going to continue to make these sorts of claims. We're going to continue to make these sorts of claims, both the media and the government. But any act within an illegal war is inherently illegal from the jump. This whole thing...
disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably illegal.
Whoops. Disgusting and probably illegal. Truly a moral obscenity. And the White House is now demanding $1.5 trillion budget, increasing it from $1 trillion to $1.5. It was like, it represents like a 50% increase in the budget, on top of the $200 billion they asked for already for Operation Epstein Fury as a contingency plan or whatever it is. That is not even clear what they needed that $200 billion for. A lot of money. Turning into trillions of dollars at this point. Like, in theory, with a $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget, if we were to continue doing Operation Epstein Fury, which costs like $1 billion a day, it would be like nearly at $2 trillion a year.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The White House has unveiled a record-shattering Pentagon budget request of $1.5 trillion for the next fiscal year. It's by far the largest year-over-year increase in a presidential military spending request since World War II. It includes funding for F-35 stealth fighter jets, new warships, including Virginia-class submarines, and Trump's Golden Dome missile defense shield, which the White House says will cost $185 billion to boost U.S. shipbuilding, raise salaries for troops, and AI development in the military. This is President Trump at a White House event last week ahead of the budget proposal announcement.
It's not possible.
Okay, this is just now breaking from BBC. This is literally what I've been saying this whole time. These are the things that all fucking matter. Israel says it supports U.S. suspending strikes on Iran, but ceasefire, quote-unquote, does not include Lebanon. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Israel's not going to stop doing some of the things that Iran has explicitly said have to stop. Therefore, this is not done. I hate being right about the worst things. Yeah.
To take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
Critics have slammed Trump's budget proposal for continuing to funnel taxpayer money to increase U.S. military spending for Israel's wars on Gaza, Iran, and Lebanon. Last month, Senator Bernie Sanders filed 3 joint resolutions of disapproval in an attempt to block the sale of U.S. bombs worth over $660 million to Israel. This is Senator Sanders speaking with MS Now host Chris Hayes.
The bottom line is that to give another 20,000 bombs to a country which committed genocide in Gaza happens to be, among many other things, forget the moral issue, happens to be in violation of American law. You don't sell arms, according to American law, to countries that violate international law and human rights. Clearly, Israel has done that. Israel talked, Netanyahu, who for 40 years has wanted a war with Iran, finally got a president to go along with him.
For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by 2 people. We start with Josh Paul, veteran State Department official who resigned in 2023 under the Biden administration to protest the push to increase arms sales to Israel for its war on Gaza. He's now a director at A New Policy, the lobbying group he co-founded with fellow resignee Tarek Habash to press for a change in U.S. policy on Palestine and Israel. Josh, thanks for joining us again. The Trump administration first declared an emergency soon after the U.S. and Israel launched joint strikes on Iran to bypass Congress on more than 20,000 bombs to Israel. You resigned over the push to increase arms sales during Israel's war on Gaza. Can you give your perspective on the significance of over 20,000 more bombs potentially being delivered to Israel and overall on this shattering $1.5 trillion military budget?
Yes, thank you, Amy. So let's start with that $1.5 trillion budget, which doesn't include, let's be clear, funding for the current Iran war. That will come in a further supplemental. So it's a vast amount of money and ultimately leveraged against the US debt. We are spending our children's money to take the lives of other people's children. That's what it boils down to. It's just a vast amount of money in a way that is reckless by an administration that is corrupt. When we look at these new weapon sales to Israel, 20,000, 1,000-pound bombs coming out of, let's be clear as well, U.S. stocks. A lot of these weapons are not going to be built afresh. They're going to be transferred out of the U.S. stocks, and then President Trump will, if he gets it, spend this money from the taxpayer and from our national debt to recuperate or to recoup ourselves for that. It is another burden certainly on the American people, but also on the world. At the end of the day, it is not just these bombs. There are also other weapons we have provided to Israel, including bulldozers that are being used to destroy Palestinian homes in acts of collective punishment. Senator Sanders will be bringing a vote next week to the floor of the Senate against the bombs, against these bulldozers, and I think it is vital that we see as many Democratic senators as possible vote to block those weapons, and ideally Republicans as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to need Republicans to vote against them since they currently control both houses of Congress. Don't listen to Pitchforks, fellow verticals. Yeah, Pitchforks is waging a war against vertical stream right now, which is just trying to survive. Very few people watching over there tonight. There's a strange change from usual. I think it's because of the title that I gave the stream originally, which included the G word, which YouTube doesn't like. So it's just probably the dedicated space fams that are getting recommended the vertical stream right now. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. Shit happens. Okay. Let's keep going through the day. Now, everybody looked at the things that Donald Trump has been saying lately and have been saying to themselves. It would seem that it sounds like Trump is threatening war crimes and possible genocide, claiming he's going to exterminate an entire civilization overnight. Sounds like the sort of thing, I don't know, Itmar Ben-Gvir would say.
The
about
Iranian Revolutionary
Palestinians.
Guard Corps has warned they would retaliate beyond the Middle East and deprive Washington and its allies of oil and gas if the United States crossed what it called red lines. There is so much to dissect with our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and Kazra Naji from BBC Persian. Kazra, really good to have you with us. Thank you for coming down and joining us. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Intense pressure from President Trump now. How does Iran tend to react to threats like this?
We will have to wait and see. This whole civilization is going to die. It's pretty sort of dramatic, this. And obviously, a lot of Iranians are very concerned that what might happen tonight after this deadline is over, praying that there will be some kind of a deal beforehand. There are signs that things might be moving in that direction. There are Iranian ambassador in Islamabad has been tweeting positively, saying that these talks are at a critical and sensitive stage, as he puts it. So there are diplomatic efforts by the Pakistanis to mediate, and others, I must say. But for the moment, there seems to be something moving. Maybe, hopefully, something will come out. And in fact, what President Trump is saying is basically he's hoping that something will in fact happen on the diplomatic front in the next few hours before the 8 o'clock deadline that he has set.
Lise, your thoughts on this comment, a whole civilization will die tonight, and also the fact that he keeps talking, President Trump, about what he calls a complete and total regime change, which is not the case in Iran.
President Trump keeps ramping up the rhetoric. It's seeming to confirm that he has this idea that if he scares Iran enough in its leadership, if the threats get louder and louder, that Iran will eventually buckle. He doesn't seem to have anyone around him, which makes it clear that Iran will not buckle under these threats. It's watching this as the world is shocked by some of his statements, which, if at the very least they're violations of international humanitarian law, and if carried out are possible war crimes. Those more experienced negotiators would say that if he really did want to make progress in negotiations, if he was really serious about it, he would quietly move away military assets away from the region to send a signal to Iran that he wants serious negotiations and that he's not really bent on escalation and using this all as a subterfuge, as he did in June 2025 and as he did in February. There are
Yes, very sensible things being said on the BBC today. My God. Shocking. Yeah, there's a lot of times where we watch the BBC, we're, horrified by the programming, but this is actually, they're making a lot of sense over here today. Very interesting. Yeah, that's a great plan. That's a great idea. Trump could just pull out all of the troops and military assets from the region, from the Gulf. De-escalate things rather than ramping them up with genocidal rhetoric. Like an unhinged, I almost said unhinged. An unhinged lunatic. An unhinged and deranged lunatic. Although I guess that could be a new word. Just made a new word. Unhinged. He's an unhinged lunatic. Makes you want to do like a southern accent. A southern
other ways
accent.
that President Trump could act as the U.S. president.
All right. Nope. Enough from the BBC to another Brit. Owen Jones from 10 hours ago.
Donald Trump has just threatened genocide against Iran. Not hyperbole. That's the statement he's just released. He's threatening the permanent destruction of Iran. He's clearly threatening
immediately,
to use
if not
nuclear weapons against Iran. And he's clearly been doing that for days, by the way. Screamingly obvious. The media's not been talking about it. Journalists are challenging him on it at his deranged press conferences. Tells you a lot about the role of the corporate and mainstream media in the West. Now, as we'll see, the likes of the BBC are actually normalising the potential use of nuclear weapons. And it's even fallen to the likes of Tucker Carlson, a former Trump cheerleader, to spell out what is going on here. I'm just going to read out now what Trump has just posted on his Truth social network. This is what he said. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen tonight. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Just to emphasize that first part. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. He's threatening to exterminate Iran. He's threatening to permanently destroy Iran. This is a threat of genocide. There is absolutely no debate to be had about that. That's what he means. If you take him literally, that's what he means. He means he's threatening genocide. And the only possible explanation for that is he's threatening to use nuclear weapons against Iran. It doesn't actually make sense otherwise. And there is evidence to show that is exactly what he means, which we're going to go into. And, I mean, the point there he says about the regime changing and it's, now less extreme or whatever, nonsense. It's more hardline than it was. It's just complete nonsense. You've got to hope that that section is him offering some sort of off-ramp. You better hope and pray, all of us better. Well, I'm not a believer, but those of you who are believers, yeah, I think, this is probably the sort of time people would pray. Because what we're talking about here is one of the most dangerous moments in the history of our species. Got to spell it out. That's what we face right now. There are few moments in human history as dangerous as this. If he uses nuclear war weapons against Iran, there is no going back at all. The consequences too frightening for me to spell out.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we find ourselves now living in what Daniel Levy would call
a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Yeah, a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop. Yep, that's the technical term for this situation we find ourselves in. Thank you. Ah. All right. To Hassan. Actually, I want these in a slightly different order, now that I think about it. Go there. Put that there. Yeah, alright, I'll fix this while we watch Hassan. The Hassan Industrial Complex. The Piker Broadcasting
To which I said, yeah, Iran
Service.
would be violating the Geneva Convention here. Get a grip, man. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who have totally dropped all pretexts where they say, look, when Trump wants to blow up a power plant, there's no more Geneva Conventions. It's simply a Geneva suggestion, okay? Anyway, let's get to the actual news of the morning. Donald Trump is if you're wondering why Fox News has been doing wall-to-wall coverage on little old me, okay? Is it because I present a significant America? Of course not. I'll wear it as a badge of honor, of course, but the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to talk about the real issue here, which is that we are on day 38 of Operation Epstein's Fury. Operation Epic Fortnite fail, and 60 to $100 billion of assets in the region, radar facilities, radar flights like the AWACS program that are $500 million a pop have been destroyed. That's your healthcare lighting on fire. That's your potholes not getting fixed. That's your schools not getting the proper funding, because we wanted to wage Israel's war against Iran, and we pushed them into a corner where they had to fight back. For 47 years, they hadn't done so, and now they're doing so. And the entire global markets are on fire. You're paying more in gas. You're paying more at the pump. And it's unbelievably cruel to the people of Iran, obviously, first and foremost. But it's indefensible even for from the most selfish perspective in the United States of America, for people who don't care about Iranians, that only care about, the inflation crisis that they are facing. This is only worsening said crisis. All of this, of course, is coming from the president that said he's the peace president. All of this is coming from the guy that said no new wars. All of this is coming from the guy who said he was an isolationist, that he was going to focus on America, making America great again. America is worse than ever before. Our force projection capabilities have diminished. We are no longer the mighty American empire that we presented ourselves as, because someone out there was actually crazy enough to be able to fight back, because we pushed them into a corner. And this is the results. In the past week or so, Donald Trump has gotten increasingly more belligerent as he realizes that he is incapable of forcing Iran to concede on these ridiculous points that we brought to the table, that we tried to achieve diplomatically. Ironically enough, Iran was actually interested in negotiating with the United States of America, even after the 12-day war, where we engaged in perfidy, where we used the background of negotiations to allow Israel to do a first strike on Iran. And we did that again 38 days ago. And now, understandably, especially after we, a bunch of little schoolgirls, and the people that were willing to compromise with America, the new leadership in charge is a little bit more resistant to dealing with the United States.
News coming into us from NBC. Actually, before that, let me just bring you.
Donald Trump's last belligerent message was Tuesday night, the 7th or 6th extension on blowing up the power plants and civilian infrastructure of Iran, was open the straight. and you know, all glory to Allah. That's what he said on Easter. He was very disrespectful to the entire Muslim world, you know, threatening over and over again. And you do that when you're in a position of weakness, right? You don't do that if you have the leverage, if you have the upper hand. You only do that when you're belligerent. So now he's actually up the ante once again.
Damn, Hassan accusing Donald Trump of being weak. He's lashing out, backed into a corner. Just saying insane genocidal things, hoping that that will do it. That will cause Iran to back down. He doesn't want this fight. Probably because he's been hearing just how unpopular this war really is. Yep. Pretty unpopular, as it turns out. We've been looking at the numbers lately. Abysmal popularity. Now, unfortunately, the BBC, one of the biggest broadcasting networks on the planet, has been helping to launder the possibility, manufacturing consent for the potential of nuclear strikes on Iran. Completely irresponsible and dangerous.
It might be a media organisation, but there's nothing the BBC loves more than positioning itself as the country's moral authority, its ethical arbiter, frequently touting their eternal loyalty to notions of balance, objectivity and impartiality. The corporation wants one and one thing only: your trust, the trust of the British public. Why, though? Why does trust matter so much to the BBC? Well, in wartime, there's nothing more valuable than trust, especially if you're in the business of manufacturing consent for British interests, which are also often the interests of its allies like the US and Israel. We saw what was, in our view, a perfect example of this on the BBC website on Monday. "We're sinking deeper," the article headline announced. That's a quote from an Iranian featured in the piece, which is about how the country's residents are bracing for the infrastructure strikes threatened by Donald Trump. It's written by BBC News Persian's senior reporter, Goncher Habibiyazad. The article starts off with this: "Ordinary Iranians have been responding to US President Donald Trump's threat to destroy Iran's power plants and bridges unless it opens the Strait of Hormuz. Except you have to go a few paragraphs down to learn it's not necessarily ordinary Iranians the BBC has been speaking to." It then says this: "The BBC has managed to talk to several Iranians, all opposed the current establishment, even though it's very difficult to contact people inside Iran due to an internet blackout imposed by the authorities more than 5 weeks ago." So, the views in the article, despite what the headline says, aren't the views of ordinary Iranians, which you'd expect to be relatively mixed. Instead, they're the views of one part, an important part, but just one part, of Iranian society.
Yeah, they're p-hacking the results. You know, if this were science, if this was science, instead this is journalism. They're just cherry picking who they're asking about about this war and about the situation. It's insane. If you wanted to know what Iranians think, you would pick a diaspora, right? You would pick a variety of people. You would ask all sorts of different people. Instead, they're literally seeking out a very specific viewpoint. Seems incredibly biased. Garbage journalism.
Some of those views were very striking. This, according to the article, is what one anti-government Iranian said about the prospect of more intense US and Israeli attacks on their country. Radin, also in his 20s and living in Tehran, said, quote, "About them hitting energy infrastructure, using an atomic bomb, or leveling Iran, my honest reaction is that I'm okay with all of those." So allegedly, you have an Iranian telling the BBC they don't mind being nuked. And that quote was posted online with thousands of readers expressing their incredulity. Criticism of it racked up 13,000 likes and 350,000 views in a matter of hours. No wonder. It seems like a complete fabrication or the statement of a total lunatic. Center Iranian voices, they're asking to be nuked. Who are you to explain against what they really want? I can see the viral Instagram videos now. Serious? And it was one that strangely echoed comments made by Donald Trump on Monday.
You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom.
Sure, many Iranians may want freedom. They might want a loosening of certain social restrictions. They might want to drink alcohol. They might want political reform of one kind or another, or maybe even a different system of government. But getting nuked isn't going to achieve any of that.
Yeah, I'm afraid Aaron is right. They're not going to achieve anything. That's from death and destruction. Mass human suffering. Nuclear fallout. Environmental harm, and who knows what else. They want us to bomb. When we don't bomb, they're very sad. Because they think we're going to stop. So fucking
We have
psycho.
a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right. Speaking of the BBC, let's go back there from 4 hours ago. Donald Trump accused of genocide threat after warning Iran that its civilization will, quote-unquote, die tonight.
Illegal.
See if they can manage to do journalism.
President Trump has upped the ante dramatically by saying Iran's whole civilization will die tonight unless the country's leaders agree to a deal to stop fighting and to open the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump had already threatened to destroy every bridge and power plant in Iran. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, has added to the pressure, saying that U.S. forces still have tools they so far haven't decided to use. The White House has denied this was a threat to use nuclear weapons. And in the last hour, the White House says President Trump has been briefed on a request by Pakistan to extend the deadline by 2 weeks. In the last few minutes, Iran has said it will continue its attacks with greater intensity. From Washington, our North America editor, Sarah Smith, has the latest.
Last night, missiles struck Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. There are potentially far more devastating attacks to come, as Donald Trump has issued his most apocalyptic threat yet. He posted on social media that if Iran fails to meet his deadline, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Can a deal prevent that happening? He said, we will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. Emergency crews in Tehran are scrabbling to deal with the aftermath of airstrikes today. The scale of destruction Donald Trump is threatening tonight could constitute a war crime, as it's targeting civilian infrastructure. It has even been described as a threat of genocide. Vice President J.D. Vance is visiting Hungary today, supporting President Viktor Orban's re-election bid. He said the president doesn't want to exact great pain from Iran, but the ball's in Iran's court if they want to prevent an overwhelming attack.
They've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct.
The White House then had to deny speculation that the Vice President was implying nuclear weapons might be used against Iran. Sirens over Tel Aviv today signalled Iranian missiles can still threaten its enemies in the region, and it may expand its strikes if it comes under even greater attack tonight.
Very much.
Yesterday, President Trump laid out what he wants to hear from Tehran before his deadline tonight.
In order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President.
In Italy, Pope Leo urged people around the world to press politicians to end the widening conflict.
Attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction that the human being is capable of, and we all want to work for peace.
I'm not sure who "we" is in that sentence. But many of us, yes, we want peace. But I don't think all. Unfortunately. Actually, quite sure. Not all. I mean, I know Donald Trump wants a peace prize. I don't think he really cares about peace. Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't think he could give two fucks about peace. Speaking of peace, leading up to the ceasefire deal that has now already been broken, Iran vowed to expand attacks. This is Al Jazeera English from 4 hours ago. Oh, this is Al Jazeera. Yeah. There we go. Did that in the wrong order.
Well, Eli Breimer is a former major in the U.S. Air Force. He's also a Republican strategist, and he's joining us live from Colorado. And here in the studio, I'm joined by Neha Mousavi, a senior non-resident fellow at the Center for International Policy. She's also the host of the Iran podcast. And here in the studio, we have our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javed. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for being with us. Osama, I want to start with you because I want to talk to you about this note that's come out from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif requesting a 2 weeks delay for consultations and for negotiations to continue. What more do we know about this?
Well, speaking to our sources, we can now confirm that Shehbaz Sharif is pushing for a last-ditch effort. In the last few minutes, there's been a flurry of phone calls between the Pakistani foreign minister and the foreign minister of Turkey, of Saudi Arabia and Egypt. This is the Quad that has been involved in so much of those negotiations that have been taking place first in Riyadh and then in Islamabad, pushing for these sides to come together. What these sources have also told us is that Pakistan is in touch with all parties to the conflict, and no one has shown a willingness to ditch diplomacy. So there is still a flicker of hope that is available as the clock ticks to this deadline by President Trump. What the Pakistani government wants to show is that there are still off-ramps that can be taken by both sides, appealing to President Trump as well as to Iran.
Yeah, Pakistan's been putting in work over here trying to end this war. Although they don't seem all that interested in ending their own war with Afghanistan right now. They are working hard to try and end this one because it's really affecting their economy.
Options, and it is, according to our sources, this is also a message to the detractors that exist on both sides. And according to Pakistan, the biggest detractor on all of this is Israel, which does not want to see an end to this conflict. These sources are telling us that Pakistan wants to shoulder this responsibility. This is not a Pakistan only proposal that is on the table. Pakistan is leading the effort, but it has the backing of all of these countries. And it is in a unique position to push this forward because it has the backing of regional countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt, of the region, because Pakistan has a border with Iran and Turkey has a border with Iran. So it has the backing of Turkey. It is also in a unique position to have open lines of communication with Iran.
Yep, leading up to the announcement of this deal, Pakistan was fielding calls and lines of communication trying to end this war. Meanwhile, back in the United States, there are some people who are trying to justify the war. Figure we deserve this one before we go to talking about the already scuttled ceasefire.
Every single thing he is saying there is...
And what is... Is it just me? Am I the only one that doesn't like the new editing style of the Majority Report clips? Give us the context of the clip. Give the lead up. Give us the lead up to the clip. Being abruptly hit with Ben Shapiro's voice is very jarring. Very jarring. Don't appreciate it.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
A lie. And the reason I say it's a lie is because we have hit those sites because they are dual use sites, except for the ones that we hit by accident.
Oh, please.
If you truly believe that the American military...
Ben Shapiro's been struggling recently. I watched that Into the Manosphere Netflix documentary last night, and part of it. I finished it last night. And you just see how all of these kind of edgelord right-wing streamers...
Exactly. Perf gets it. Shapipi needs context. I can't be just smacked in the face with Ben Shabibo. Give me the dulcet tones of Sam or Emma. Lead me in. Lead me in. Don't make me... Don't... I'm not prepared. I am not prepared to have to hear Ben Shapiro's voice without some kind of context for why I'm hearing it. Why am I having to hear this man talk? These are the questions I need answered up front.
If not sooner.
Last night, and you just see how all of these kind of edgelord right-wing streamers in the manosphere that are appealing to a younger audience that's interested in far-right or conservative politics, they are just like explicitly anti-Semitic now. There's a part where the host is asked about whether or not Israel is committing a genocide, and one of the guys, I mean, this is where it's like kind of cynically looped around, is like, if you don't say that, you're owned by the Jews. And like, this is not to say that, of course, Israel's committing genocide. It's just to say that, like, this is where the right is directing that energy. It's towards anti-Jewish hatred. And a guy, and even if, you know, they would deny that there's like anti-Semitism, they're at the very least very much against the Israeli influence over our politics. And so Ben Shapiro tripling down, because he truly has an ideology on this front, on Zionism, is a lead balloon for his ratings and for his numbers online. Ken Klippenstein took this screenshot the other day from Ben, showing that he has 7 million subscribers and that he just can't even break. Like a day ago, that he's making fun of the No Kings protests, and you have under 4.
Dude. That's rough. That is rough. Come on! I mean, come on. Come on. The Galactic short streams do those kind of numbers. Ben Jabibo, 7 million subs. 10,000 views.
Awful. Weak.
That is weak. I mean, look. Not to use myself as the example of the bottom of the barrel, but I mean, we're certainly nothing too impressive around here. 2,000 subs. 3,000 views, 2,000 views, 5,000, 7,000, 13,000, 16,000. I mean, Some of these streams are beating the Ben Shapiro clip. I mean, that's kind of sad, isn't it? At least for Ben. I mean, it's great for us. It seems like we're doing pretty well around here, generally speaking. But goddamn, Shabibs is really... He's having a tough time over here.
I'm having a hard time.
He even looks like he's having a hard time in the clips. Look at this one. He's like just staring off into the distance, questioning his existence. Why does Ben Shapiro still exist? That's a question.
1,000 views with 70 million with 7 million subscribers.
Yeah, like I'm looking for videos, like when we do a video that's that bad, it's something very like insular, like here's DSA's discussing a milestone that they hit, right? Like he's talking about his bread and butter. He's making fun of like the No Kings protest.
Yeah.
That's how Ben Shapiro got on the map of look at these liberals that care about things and they're being emotional about it.
Right.
And he's only getting 40,000 on that.
And we know that he had previously used to elevate his profile page advertisements. There are likely bots, as Jose has uncovered in his essay. So even the artificiality can't paper over how irrelevant Ben Shapiro is to the current conservative political zeitgeist. So I was fascinated to watch his defense of war crimes here and his take on the war in Iran. Ben is thrilled that the Israeli rules of engagement are now just basically wholesale adopted by this administration. Here we'll play part one. The teaser is that he goes after our good friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, in part two, and we'll break that down. But this is Ben's definition of what war crimes are.
The way into the Ashman of history. Well, on Thursday, the United States blew up the B-1 bridge in Iran.
A war crime.
The B-1 bridge is a very, very large structure in Iran. We blew a hole in it. Again, one of the reasons that you blow up bridges is because military material is moved via bridge. And as we are going to discuss more widely, there's been a lot of talk about quote-unquote war crimes. War crimes meaning the targeting of dual-use resources. Okay, dual use means that it can be used for military purposes and also for non-military purposes. So if you target an electrical...
Yeah, you know how like civilians drink water, but like troops drink water too? Makes it, I guess it makes all... I mean, Ben is genocidal over here. He's like, look, everything is dual use. Everything can be a military target. He's lost it. He's lost his mind. He's also lost his audience. And now he's just screaming into the void, justifying war crimes. He's like, look, every single war crime has a reason. Don't you see? Troops eat groceries too. When you bomb a grocery store, there might be a Hezbollah might be at the grocery store.
And that electrical grid is used by the military, and it's also used by civilians. Then, is that necessarily a quote-unquote war crime? The answer is no. It is not necessarily a war crime. It depends on the proportionality of what you are doing. What is the objective you are seeking to achieve? How effective is the taking down of an electrical grid in actually achieving that military end, and how many people have to be damaged? It turns out that the laws of war have a lot of shades of gray to them. And so anybody who is telling you that it's a war crime to bomb a bridge, well, no, it depends on the bridge, and it depends on the military purpose of bombing the bridge, because every bridge is, of course, an object, and the object can be used for many reasons.
Okay, pause it. So,
meanwhile, President...
You know, you can use a bridge to jump off of, Ben.
Ben Shapiro is making the argument for us to all embrace the concept of object impermanence. Actually, everything's an object, and, you know, objects are meant to be destroyed, says Ben. That's his take. Crazy. What a stupid take. Everything is an object, says Ben. Great, Ben, thanks. Everything is an object. Oh my God. Oh, he did it. He justified the war crimes with that one. I have no response. Mostly because of the incredible stupidity. Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm going to test something just because I have a weird sense of this. I'm going to end the vertical stream. Sorry to anybody, any space fams watching the vertical stream. You're going to have to go over to the horizontal stream on YouTube or the Twitch stream. For now, I'm going to try and restart it. I just want to see something. I just want to test a theory I have relating to the title. We started the stream off with different titles because we thought different things were going to happen, which included the G word. So we're ending the stream. We're going to restart it right now. I'm going to try and restart it. We try and restart it and see if we get different treatment on the algorithm. I just want to test this. I just want to test this strategy. I just want to test this strategy. Okay. Is this okay with you? You all right with this, chat? Ay. Leica mentioned. Oh, Leica mentioned. Oh, yep, Leica needs more treats. Thank you. Omega Star, continuing to feed the puppy. Do appreciate it. And she appreciates it, as you can see. Look at her munching. She's just munching away. She loves the treats. Narwhal by nature, gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships to the community, my god. Rich P, getting one of those. Bloodstone by Star, Schlangle Britzel, getting the 3rd. Tim H36, and Stroke the Woe. Whoa, what just happened to my sound? There we go. Thank you, Narwhal. Incredibly generous. Did you grow wings? I'm just looking at your... Did you grow wings and legs? What is happening? The whales are evolving, everyone. The whales are evolving. Watch out. All right, let me see if I can manage to go live to this. See if I can go live to this link. See if this works. See if this works. What happens if I hit this? Let's find out. Wait, I need to go to... Wait, can't do that yet. Go here. Yeah. Go here. Morbius with the gifted sub as well to SM. Thank you, Morbius. Why didn't this populate in my list? This is weird. I think I'm gonna unlist this one. Actually, now that I think about it, might as well. Edit. Sorry, we're doing this live, everybody. But we gotta test this. I gotta test this. Plus, there's like nobody watching over there. So, it's like 6 people watching. Like 10% of the normal amount. All right, we're going to test this. Here we go. Going live on the vertical in 3, 2, 1. Action. Fingers crossed. Will it work? Can I do this midstream? Let's find out. Can we do it? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Nope. Hey, wait. Oh, yes, we did it. We went live. Okay, there we go. Live on The vertical, once again, we'll see if we're being repressed for using the G word. Or rumor with the sweet, sweet super sticker. Fist bump. Heck yeah. Fist bump to you, or rumor. Much appreciated. Incredible generosity being seen on YouTube right now. We didn't even do a galactic content goal tonight. Mostly because I don't know how long. I did not know what was going to happen. I had a feeling that something weird would happen. Ceasefire would get called or what. Even though, of course, that ceasefire's already seemingly been scuttled. You know. I had a feeling this would be a rather fluid night. I felt it best for us to just kind of focus on that. The sort of live element of this situation right now. Follow over on Twitch from someone who can't possibly actually want to be here with us. Trump Forever 2028A. Wow. What a idiotic choice of Twitch name.
You have a mental health problem.
Trump Forever 2028. Get help. Seek help. All right, let's go to the ceasefire that's already over. Announced 3-4 hours ago, right at the beginning of the stream. Al Jazeera English. First one on the story.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We're bringing you some breaking news that's coming out of the United States. These are lines that are coming from the Reuters news agency. We understand that Donald Trump is quoted as saying that he has agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request.
Oh, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. Morbius just sent a gift over on the YouTube vertical. Oh, it's a little corgi. Oh my God. Thank you, Morbius. 1,000 jewels? That's so many jewels. That's so many. That is the cutest. It was walking around. It was like a little animation. I actually saw it. That was too cute. Thank you, Morbius. Incredibly generous. Is there a way for us to see the corgi? Hold on. Does it pop up on the chat over here? Hold on. Oh, wait. This is the old chat. Wait, this is the old chat. I gotta open up the new. I wonder if I can. Well, either way, thank you, Morbius, for the jewels over on the vertical. Cute corgi. Space corgi. On the vertical. I did not know you could do that. That's a fun one. Unlocking new ways to dono over here, Morbius. Innovating in galactic
attack of
donations.
Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request that was made by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who had requested an extension of the deadline that Donald Trump had originally set in order for further talks to take place. Donald Trump is apparently quoted to have said that this will be a double-sided ceasefire. Now, he may well be referring to a request that had been made by the Pakistan Prime Minister to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. The other lines that we're getting through Reuters saying...
Damn, that's annoying. It won't let me show the gift. I'm sorry. Wait, can I click this? Oh, I can do that. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Then I do this. Switch to this. Look at the corgi. Look at the corgi, everyone. So cute. I think of this corgi as Leica. All corgis are Leica, though, really. All of them. Well, thank you, Morbius. That's the first time you ever did. That's the first time anybody's ever done it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do one of those on the vertical. That's never happened. Did not know that was possible.
Received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. He then goes on to say, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning a long-term peace with Iran. I want to go to Osama bin Javid, who's our correspondent, who's joining us here in the studio. It was only just a matter of minutes ago that you and I were discussing the possibility of this ceasefire being put into place. And there was a lot of speculation it was coming too late. You described it as a last-ditch effort by the Pakistan Prime Minister in order to try to get some sort of negotiation. It does seem as though, if these lines are to be believed, that it has had a positive response from Donald Trump.
Well, it does indeed. And I think that is going to be a big sigh of relief collectively from the region and beyond, because the alternative was so horrific. As you've seen Donald Trump time and again talk to his social media base and take the rhetoric to a notch where everybody would essentially, there was the level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours. And Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it, because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place. Those words, the first post about using swear words on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then saying that he's going to wipe out an entire civilization, just gives you an idea of how...
me just shared 100 bits.
Wasn't me with some bits on Twitch. Thank you. Wasn't me, was you. It was you. I'm checking. Yep, it was in fact you. Either way, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, all of you space fams, keeping the Galactic News Network alive, even without a galactic content goal tonight. I think we're nearly at the point of having completed one without it. You're all so beautiful to me.
That's too much, man!
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
And I can't even keep the stream going because of all the generosity. Wasn't me gifting a community sub to Gust X Broadcast. Boy, oh boy. It was you. I know it was you because it says it right here. It says it right here, wasn't me. You might want to just change your name at this point, because it definitely was you. That's what all the signs are pointing to. Might as well just accept it.
Which was at stake. So this is, and again, you have to now acknowledge the role relentlessly that was played by the mediators, because as we've been speaking to officials in the last 72 hours, they've been telling us on how uphill this task was in negotiating with both the Iranians and the Americans, because they were essentially talking about egos, not regular diplomacy.
I want to just leave it there for a moment, because I do want to go to Mike Hanna, who's joining us from the White House. As I say, Mike, we're just getting these lines now that are coming out. Are you able to confirm what we're hearing?
We cannot confirm as yet. There's been no formal statement out of the White House. Obviously, these lines have been coming out from Reuters within the last few minutes. We are waiting to hear formally from the White House, the spokesperson, or indeed even the president himself, who is due to make a decision at 8 p.m. That's in just over 1 hour's time. But just to look at these points that are coming out of Reuters. Very, very important. First of all, that President Trump is reported as saying he will suspend the attack on Iran for 2 weeks. This is an absolutely critical issue. He says that he believes the 10-point proposal he received from Iran is a workable basis on which to negotiate. So it's going past what is an apparent ceasefire here. It's going towards the nuts and bolts of a possible negotiated lasting solution. We also hear via Reuters President Trump saying that a 2-week period will allow agreement to be finalized and consummated. He then continues, or is reported to continue, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran. Now, the key word there is definitive. All of this coming, as I said, just little over an hour before that deadline that President Trump had set has expired. So we will try and get formal confirmation from the White House. Perhaps we're going to get that formal confirmation from the president himself. Just to stress, what we are reporting here are lines that are coming out of Reuters reporting how they got these particular points. Not clear at this moment.
Yes, indeed. 10-point plan supposedly, agreed to 4 hours ago. Markets were responding very favorably to this announcement and are still responding favorably, from what I can tell. Seems the markets thinks that the ceasefire is going to hold. Oil prices down 15%, below $100 a barrel again. They were approaching 120 yesterday. Here's CNN from 3 hours ago. We are getting caught up here as we go.
President Trump seconds ago taking to Truth Social to say that he is talking to Pakistani officials, and based on that conversation, he will agree to stop bombing for 2 weeks. He also says that Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz for that time period. So I'm going to read part of this to you. It says, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, so they still have to agree. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's also news, Jake. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem to a resolution. So a couple of things that we're going to still be asking questions about. What is in that 10 proposal? What has actually been agreed to? And I will go back through that language because I said that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. It does sound as though he's still leaving it there as that he's only agreeing, if that is in fact the case, that they will fully open the Strait of Hormuz. This, of course, again, coming as President Trump has been threatening to wipe out an entire civilization, saying that he was going to.
Now, as we've gone over, this is the only language that we had to go on today on this supposed ceasefire that was agreed to earlier this evening. The 10-point proposal was not made public. But supposedly Iran had agreed to it, and the United States had agreed to it. And there was claims that Israel had agreed to it, although Israel came out and said that they only agreed to parts of it earlier this evening as well, complicating things even further. And of course, as I've said already, it would seem that the ceasefire may have been broken. We will see. All right, let's keep this going. CBS News. Everybody, so excited. Including chatters I've seen. Very excited over the potential of a ceasefire.
Anyone who is just joining us, President Trump has agreed to extend his deadline for Iran to open.
I myself was like, hey, ceasefire sounds good. But I was skeptical going into all of this. As I think you all probably remember, when it was announced, I said, yeah, I might want to hold off on the excitement. We gotta hear directly from the IRGC, directly from Israel. That's gonna be incredibly important.
Anyone who is just joining us, President Trump has agreed to extend his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face significant strikes. In a Truth Social post, he said, after speaking with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. Of course, as we were just talking about with Jeffrey, the president has started the day by threatening that, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. For now, it appears that threat has been pushed back for 2 weeks. Let's bring in CBS News national security analyst and Marine Corps veteran Aaron McLean. He's also host of the School of War podcast. Aaron, in terms of your tea leaves of options, this was one of them.
And the key phrase.
Oh, it's Nostradamus over here. He predicted it, did he? My God. All right, that's all I can take from CBS News today. They were just, I'm just like searching for information on this right now, like have been during the streams, and the CBS popped up in the search, and I said, screw it. As you all may have noticed, we don't watch CBS anymore. I unsubscribed from CBS's main channels out of opposition to their being regime-approved propaganda. I only subscribe to CBS local stations in the United States, and that's it. I think that's the only CBS clip we saw all night and that we're gonna see all night. I'm sick of those motherfuckers. Okay, let's keep this going now to somebody I'm not sick of, that you probably aren't sick of. Mike Figueredo at The Humanist Report. From 2 hours ago, breaking news.
Well, believe it or not, I am doing a second breaking news video today. Just that I am so sorry for spamming your subscription feed. I try not to abuse the subscription box, but this is really important. I think that I couldn't just leave it where we were earlier this day. We have an important update that I wanted to talk about. So Donald Trump has called off his threat of genocide in Iran, or I should say he hasn't called it off per se. He postponed it by 2 weeks, and he put out this really long, meandering tweet on Truth Social where it seems like he's laying out the framework
3 weeks
of what appears to be a potential ceasefire. I don't know. Let's read it and then we'll parse it out together. So he writes, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Great honor.
There's a lot to digest here, but I'm not going to bury the lead, and I'll just say I am thankful that he chose to not follow through with his insane, unhinged threat, because him not killing an entire civilization of people is objectively good. With that being said,
yeah, that's what I've been saying over here. Yeah, it's objectively a good thing that people don't die, that the United States doesn't do a genocide. That's for the best. Certainly better. Not doing it is better than doing it. Objectively, it is somehow worse than Operation Epstein Fury on its own. An outright like literally pre-planned. What's the word for that legally? Premeditated genocide? Probably bad. Probably not good.
Hope nobody applauds him for this, even though Republicans will. I hope nobody's like, hey, good job. You chose to not press the big red button, because he still crossed the line regardless of the outcome. He still crossed the fucking line by threatening to basically nuke Iran. I mean, it really feels like what he said there was a threat of nuclear annihilation, because when you attack their desalination plants, their fossil fuel facilities and whatnot, that's war crimes, yes, but like it's more of a slow death. If you're saying they're going to die tonight, that to me says you're going for something much bigger, like nuclear.
The whole civilization immediately. The guy's got to go. It's got to go.
So I feel like regardless of what ultimately comes of this, maybe he was using it as a negotiating tactic, maybe it was market manipulation, I don't care. He has to be removed. It is not acceptable for the president of the United States to threaten genocide. To just publicly say an entire civilization is going to die tonight. It's not acceptable for America, and the international community should not accept this. They need to punish the United States for what they did. They could use the carrot, they could use the stick, they could scold Donald Trump, they could threaten sanctions or boycotts. Either way, action needs to be taken, because if you allow a madman to do this, then you are setting a very dangerous precedent, because maybe he backed away right now. It's Taco Tuesday. He chickened out. Good. I'm glad that he did. But what happens next time? Or the time after that? There's going to come a time where he does something that is unspeakable. And I'm saying that as if he hasn't already committed war crimes. He bombed a fucking school. Israel bombed a synagogue. I mean, so the things that we're talking about, it's orders of magnitude worse than what we've already seen, and it's just not fucking acceptable. I'm sorry, you can't just move on after the president threatened genocide of 90 million people. You can't just move on from that. Action needs to be taken. I'm pleased to say that now more than 70 Democrats have gotten on board with the idea of removing Donald Trump.
I mean, it should be 100% of Democrats, right? Not just me. The fact that it's not 100% of Democrats is pathetic.
Awful. Weak.
They should all be kicked out of office. Any of these people that are still on board with anything Trump has done? You know, I think it might add, although we are getting... I'll probably do a double. Hold on, I'm just going to do this now ahead of time. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Did not mean for that to happen. What did I just do? There we go. I'm just gonna because momentarily we are going to switch to the live stream. From Al Jazeera. I'm gonna just now add in another a window. Where is it? I can't see it, can I? Gotta bring it over here. Then it will see it, right? Yeah. Oh, God. That's huge. Great. All right. I'm going to put that in there. It's a Associated Press live stream. I'm going to crop this. Associated Press live stream. Just going to add this in so that we can see what is happening. This is the stream that says skylines across the Middle East as Iran war continues. So I assume it's going to cycle through okay, perfect. Actually, I'm gonna keep doing. I'm gonna keep doing this for now. Stay with
for
Mike.
his removal via the 25th or impeachment. Make it happen. We have 2 weeks now. The international community, Democrats, and Republicans, all of the 3 sane Republicans still in existence, they have a couple of weeks, at least according to Donald Trump's timeline, to get their shit together and remove this maniac from office. Now, in terms of what this tweet actually means, if I can get in Donald Trump's head, and also assuming that he, doesn't change his mind because he oscillates back and forth between wiping them out and getting a ceasefire like multiple times per day. So who knows if this is going to last longer than 10 fucking minutes at this point. But based on what this looks to be, it seems as if he wants to
prescient prescient prediction, Mike. Mike Stradamus. 10 minutes. It lasted a little longer than 10 minutes, like 2.5 hours.
Get a ceasefire. 2-week ceasefire, and then potentially lead to a permanent ceasefire. Now, I'm optimistic because I can't not be. Just for my own mental health, I have to force myself to be, optimistic and accept the cognitive dissonance. But there's something about this to me that seems... that's leading to my cynicism. And it all comes down to his little line about agreeing to Iran's 10-point plan, because it is inconceivable to me that he would ever agree to something like this, because it would be a total humiliating loss for the United States. Now, this is courtesy of Dropsite News. I'm going to share the 10-point plan that Trump has apparently agreed to. So based on Iran's Supreme National Security Council, they claim that the United States has, quote, fundamentally committed to the following: guaranteeing non-aggression against Iran, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, accepting Iranian uranium enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, that's another victory for them, ending all UN Security Council and IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, paying war reparations to Iran, withdrawing all U.S. combat forces from the region, halting the war on all resistance fronts, including against the heroic Islamic resistance of Lebanon, Hezbollah. So this is the framework that Trump and Iran are saying that Trump agreed to. I just find that very hard to believe. Trump is going to pay Iran.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I actually find it less difficult to believe that Trump would agree to it than Israel agreeing to it, right? I mean, this is basically what I've been saying this whole time. Is, can we really expect Israel to stop? And of course, since then, since Mike posted this, Israel came out and said, actually, no, we're not going to stop doing the stuff we're doing in Lebanon. That's actually, that's a situation that's going to continue to be ongoing, which is expressly against the wishes of Iran, which, you know, sort of contradicts all of this plan. Yeah, I'm afraid I said it, and it happened. They immediately came out and were like, except Lebanon. It's a good idea, but Lebanon, we have to keep doing that. Yeah. Now, an Israeli consulate in Istanbul was attacked earlier tonight, 3 hours ago. 3 attackers killed and 2 police wounded on the scene. Here's Al Jazeera from 3 hours ago.
Gunfire rings out for nearly 10 minutes as 3 attackers open fire outside the building that houses the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. The area is part of the city's main financial district, home to several diplomatic missions. Police quickly confronted the attackers. Security forces sealed off the area, blocking nearby roads as forensic teams arrived on the scene.
The sounds of gunfire came loudly. Then the sounds continued to increase. Bullets hit the walls and everything. Then the police were going around inside. They were going up and down.
The attack happened in the middle of the afternoon. The assailants were carrying assault rifles and wearing camouflage. Authorities say they traveled from the city of Izmit, about 100 kilometers from Istanbul, in a rented car. The Turkish Interior Ministry says one suspect is believed to have links to ISIL. The Israeli consulate is located on the 7th floor of one of these towers.
Well, there you have it. An attack on an Israeli consulate in Istanbul. Turkey. Believed to be linked to ISIS. Early morning hours in Turkey, it would seem. Probably linked to Israel's war right now, but not clear. This is a very recently breaking situation. Okay, why is this giving me such problems? This is annoying me. Okay, I don't know why, but the window capture for the live stream on AP is not working. I don't know why. Something's fucked up with that. But we are almost to the live streams anyway. Let's go here now to Fox News from 3 hours ago. Breaking. Less than 3 hours after the announcement of the ceasefire, Iran, U.S.-Iran ceasefire broken, strikes in Israel with cluster bombs after the ceasefire announcement.
We're going to go over to Tel Aviv to talk to Mike again. Mike, what are we seeing there?
Well, Jesse, as anticipated, the sirens are now wailing over Tel Aviv, indicating that another missile is inbound. And it looks like those bright lights in the sky are the missiles. And it looks like you can see an interceptor that is in hot pursuit of the missiles. And it's always quite dramatic when you see those interceptors going after it. And these ones might disappear behind our building here, and we're going to lose sight of them. But they're still quite lethal and coming into Tel Aviv. And I didn't see an interception in this case. Should be able to hear it in a second or so. And it's still quite lethal when there's an interception. Most of what we see out here are those cluster bombs in recent days. But when you get a conventional warhead with that powerful explosive, obviously you hope that the interceptors can get it. And the interceptors are about 90% effective, but that means 10% get through. And those conventional warheads we've seen are quite powerful. They leave great craters in the ground. Still waiting to hear the impact on this one, which should come any second. But we saw 2 lights in the sky. There. And there was another flash off in the distance there. So there was quite big explosions. So that sounded like more of a conventional warhead that got through. I can't really tell you if that was an impact or an interception because we lost sight of that one, Jesse.
Yeah, you could definitely hear that. Real quick, how long does it take for an Iranian missile to travel to Tel Aviv? What did you say?
I said about 10 minutes
10
usually.
minutes?
By the time we, from when we, about 10 minutes from when we first get the alert till I'm hearing more impacts off in the distance from when we first get the alert to when the sirens start wailing.
All right, well, maybe the remnants of the Iranian regime either didn't get the memo or they did and they don't care. So we'll obviously keep a close eye on that, and we'll be back to you soon. Be sure to like and subscribe for all. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard. He looks good. And he looks hard.
He looks good. And he looks hard.
Jesse, he looks good and he looks hard, Waters. There you have it. As you can see, Fox News live on the ground in where there's Jerusalem, maybe I can't remember where that was. They said that was, but in Israel, missiles overhead being intercepted. Ceasefire broken? Question mark. MS Now up next.
Donald Trump may have backed down from his unhinged threat that Iran's whole civilization would die tonight as of now. The threat itself is one more piece of evidence that his opponents are using to call for his removal from office through Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. And that is a process, of course, that has never been tried before, and one that almost certainly would not succeed, at least right now, because it requires the support of the majority of Trump's cabinet of sycophants or 2/3 of a Congress that is led by little lackey Mike Johnson. And yet, despite that, the calls to invoke the 25th Amendment are still growing. Already dozens of elected Democrats in Congress have called for Trump to be removed through this process. Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker did too. And just today, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi joined the growing chorus. But now even some right-wing voices are joining the call for Trump to be removed through the 25th Amendment, like far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, and maybe more notably by former Trump ally and former MAGA Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. So yeah, I guess you could say J.B. Pritzker, Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor.
Oh, this is old. This is 9:30. This was while the ceasefire was still real. Oh, okay. We're going to skip former Ministry of Truth Press Secretary Jen Psaki and her nonsense over here.
I'm staying in the race.
Let's go to the live stream, which is the second to last clip I have of the night, technically. Great job for making it through, Space Fams, although I may be adding in some clips as we go here. We're going to park ourselves on the Al Jazeera live stream here for a while tonight, I think, even though we didn't have a galactic content goal. Even though I don't have a whole lot more clips for us to get through on Iran. I feel like right now we need this. maybe we need this right now. Need this to be a thing. Iran, Operation Epstein Fury Watch. See if the ceasefire holds. Feels like the thing to do tonight. What have I got to do? This is my job after all.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Megastar, for the hydration. Speaking of hydration, did you know that you could hydrate me in the real world? That's right. On Throne, you could go and you could buy me tea or snacks. And you could know when you hydrate me on Twitch, I might be hydrating with a drink that you personally bought. That's the great thing about Throne. And they take less than YouTube and or Twitch does from your Earth dollars. Which means, in theory, I'm paying less for it because I would have, right? I would eventually get your money, and then I would spend. You see what I'm saying here? Like, if I carry, whatever. I think everybody gets it. You all get it. It's a great way to contribute to the Galactic News Network. But we have all sorts of other fantastic ways, including ways for you to contribute without even spending a single penny, like liking the stream or subscribing on YouTube. Hitting that follow button on Twitch. But of course, if you do have a couple extra bucks or any amount of money that you'd like to donate to the Galactic News Network, YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, always appreciated. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. $3 a month. Lots of sweet, sweet space bennies. At your fingertips.
The negotiations when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is insisting on having sovereign control over the strait. There is an idea from some parts of the international community that it should be respected as an international waterway, but these are going to make people nervous. Until there is a definitive decision, and there's a lot of competing agendas when it comes to that, right?
Absolutely, and it's right to make people nervous. I guess what we don't really know now is what is going to be the conditions on the waterway, as you mentioned, but also when ships are going to feel comfortable going through. So we know in the statement from Iran's foreign minister accepting the 2-week ceasefire, acknowledging the 2-week ceasefire, they said that shipping could go through the strait under certain conditions and letting the armed forces of Iran know what those conditions are. It's not clear. There has been a lot of talk, and there is certainly a draft 10-point plan that has been socialised on Iranian state media. We don't know how true it necessarily is, that Iran would like to enact a toll on the strait. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is an international strait. Some elements of it go through Iranian territorial waters, but not the majority. It is an international strait. Now, the idea that Iran could control or place a toll on an international strait would have far-reaching ramifications well beyond the Strait of Hormuz and would really undermine this concept of freedom of navigation that the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is built on. So I think if people are right to be concerned, but I honestly can't see that being the long-standing agreements around this international strait.
We've got the Truth Social post, the very latest one, up on the screen from Donald Trump. And he says the US is going to hang around. Those are the words that he has used to make sure things run smoothly. I mean, what does that actually mean to you?
Oh, good, another truth. A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. And we'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around, quote unquote, in order to make sure that he's quoting himself. He's quoting himself. Quote unquote, hanging around. Hanging with an apostrophe, because we're just chilling. In order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the United States. This could be the golden age of the Middle East. President Donald J. Trump.
This is ridiculous!
Whoa. Just lost my mouse. There we go. We got it back.
Oh, look, I think that the Strait was neither open nor closed. There's been a lot of fascination in the media about is it open or is it closed? The fact is, Iran did not blockade the Strait. What they had done is deterred shipping from going through. Now, normally you'd have about 138 ships go through a day, 20 to 30 oil tankers. How has it deterred shipping? Well, it's attacked 29 ships. Most of those attacks not, in fact, in the Strait. But either way, it has meant shipping does not have the confidence that it is safe to go.
That post is from the future, says Max Power. You're right, it is from the future because Qatar is, I think, 7 hours ahead of us. Well noted. It is from the future. April 8th at 7:01 a.m.
through the Strait. So if Iran does stop attacking ships, which they've said they're going to, but let's wait and see what happens in the next couple of days, then what you're going to need to do is then reassure shipping that it's safe to go through. Part of reassuring shipping is sharing information with them, communicating with them, but also naval presence. And that's why it will be important for the US to have naval presence in the vicinity of that strait to reassure shipping that it's safe to go through. We're not going to see the normal amounts of shipping, that 138 go through a day, anytime soon whatsoever.
But Jennifer, has this changed the shipping industry when it comes to security, when it comes to defense? It was the insurers that were very, very jittery about this, saying we're not going to insure ships that are going through the strait. So there's going to be a long-term impact that is going to have an economic impact. It has to be baked in if insurance costs go up. So the Strait of Hormuz isn't going to be the strait that we once knew. Or do you think things will calm down?
Well, look, I think that things will calm down. Yes, you're right. In the first week of this conflict, up until about the 5th of March, there was a real issue around ships getting war risk insurance to go through the strait. After that point, the issue was not actually so much insurance, it was actually the risk.
Is Trump in Qatar? I assume not. I assume not. I assume that that's just a tweet. I assume Al Jazeera, since they're in Qatar, they're looking at the tweet, and it's showing their time rather than U.S. time, right? You get what I'm saying here? Since Al Jazeera's in Qatar, for them, it's 7 a.m., and so that's what it says.
Ships because of the attacks on Iran. Prior to this conflict, that was considered a high-risk area where war risk insurance was required. Certainly, we're going to see higher rates in the near term, but in the long term, I think it really depends on how this conflict ends and what Iran's interaction is with shipping. This is not the first time that Iran has attacked shipping. In fact, if we go back to the last Trump administration in 2019, Iran was limit mining a number of ships in the Gulf of Oman. This is a different context, but my point being that there has always been a requirement for, or certainly in recent years, war risk insurance to go through that strait, because there's always been a view that Iran would lash out if it had a political concern by attacking ships. I don't think that's going to change. Does this mean there's a fundamental difference in the strait in future? I don't think so. But again, we need to kind of wait and see. We're very focused on this 2-week ceasefire, but yet there really aren't many ships going through that strait right now. So I think we need to see, what is the direction? Do we see ships going through that strait? How does Iran react to ships going through that strait? It's one thing for the foreign minister to say something. We know that the Iranian regime is degraded. Whether that foreign minister making that statement is actually in control of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps sitting on the strait, I think that's an open question. Right. So I think it is a wait and see.
Jennifer Parker, thank you so much for your analysis. You're watching Al Jazeera, one of our top stories this hour. Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The US president announced the pause in a post on social.
Okay, is it just me? Or is Al Jazeera going on about things as if the ceasefire is still good? That there wasn't a strike. Am I the only person that's getting that vibe right now? Was Fox doing fake news? Fake news, Fox? Or what's happening here?
Media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open up the strait. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the strait for a fortnight. And Israel says Lebanon will not be included in the 2-week ceasefire. But earlier today, Pakistan's Prime Minister confirmed Beirut would be involved in the pause in fighting. Israel has invaded southern Lebanon and warned residents they will not be allowed to return. Trump's threats to bomb Iran were to force Tehran to end its effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the strait is a vital waterway. 20% of the world's oil and gas passes through it, making it especially vital for Gulf economies. We'll have Rasul Sardar in the Saudi capital.
I see this. This is from CNBC from 2 hours ago. 10:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Gulf countries scrambled to intercept missiles hours into U.S.-Iran ceasefire agreement. Times of Israel from 4 hours ago. Israel continuing to strike in Iran despite ceasefire announcement. Security official tells Dole. So nobody. So we announced a ceasefire, and yet Israel and Iran are both violating the ceasefire right now, and Al Jazeera is acting like everything's good. Okay, cool.
First, let's check in with Axel Zaimovich in Doha. Axel, there have been strikes in Doha, so just bring us through the latest in Qatar and the GCC.
Well, Imran, let's just first see that statement that we heard from the Defense Ministry here in Qatar regarding those interceptions. What we understand from the statement, very limited information regarding that attack, but we understand that debris fell on a residential area, injuring 4 people, and according to that statement, those individuals have been at a hospital receiving medical attention. Also, just a few hours ago, we received another alert, another message urging residents to stay indoor and follow those safety instructions as air defense systems were activated throughout the night. But also, in the meantime, we heard this major announcement, and that move was considered as a major relief for the region, but that wasn't really the case, because right after that, air raid sirens were heard in parts of Saudi Arabia, in parts of Bahrain, but also in the United Arab Emirates. People there were also urged to stay indoors. And just before that, we've seen there was a large number of attacks in the hours before that announcement came. There were like several locations, several targets targeted throughout the night. And so these attacks and these military activities were seen rather as the final step, a final stage of those escalation before that announcement came by U.S. President Donald Trump.
That's Axel Zaimovich there live for us in Doha. Let's bring in Rasul Sardar. He's in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Now, traditionally, Rasul, Qatar was the mediator between Iran and the Western countries, but Qatar's been part of this conflict. It's not mediating. Pakistan is. There is a breakthrough. Has there been any reaction from the GCC countries, from Qatar?
Well, so far, there haven't been any official statements from the leadership across the GCC countries. First, it was quite late after midnight when the ceasefire or the pause was announced by the U.S. President Donald Trump. And second, right after the announcement, indeed 2 hours even after the announcement, so there still were incoming Iranian missiles and drones. We have seen the early warnings being issued by the Ministry of Defense across 5 countries in the region, except Oman. So that's why they're still cautious. But on the other hand, for them, there are still big question marks in Iran. So they are concerned about the Iranian proxies in the region, because it was not only Iran targeting the GCC countries, but particularly Iran-allied armed groups in Iraq also were hitting the region. And then they're concerned about Iran's missiles program, but more importantly, the status of Strait of Hormuz. So now Iranians saying that they are going to keep the control of the strait, and for GCC it is a nightmare, because that is where they are exporting their oils and gas. These are tremendous amounts of energy, and so Iran simply having the control of Strait of Hormuz or charging the toll fees means practically charging the GCC countries, and they do not want any change in their strait, in the state of these critical choke points.
Let's further talk about diplomacy, Rasul, because you mentioned it there. There's a meeting in Islamabad potentially in the coming days, but the diplomacy is going to be tough and slow. What do you think the sticking points might be between Iran and the US, and what do you think the GCC might want?
Well, I think here the main issue is going to be the Strait of Hormuz. So Iranians are quite clear. So they're saying that they are going to compensate their losses through the toll fees across the Strait of Hormuz, because they know that USA is not going to practically compensate them. And so Iranians are aiming to indirectly having that compensation from them. That is going to be complicated, because not only about the United States, it's not about the European countries, the rest of the world, but primarily this is the problem of the GCC countries. So charging the toll fees means that the GCC countries are going to pay Iranians or to compensate their losses, and that could continue for decades, and definitely they do not want to be in that position. That's why they're insisting that they want to be at the table. They cannot stay as bystanders, so because they have their big concerns. And of course, another thing is Iranian nuclear program. So Iranians, they are saying that they are going to continue the enrichment, and also they are saying they are not going to distance themselves from their proxies. But these are the demands of both GCC and America as well.
Yep, this thing is... I don't think this thing is over. I think this is a pause. If we even get a pause, this is a momentary blip in what I think is going to be a long-term thing. I am afraid. The more and more that I let this sink in, I wasn't sure what to expect tonight. Taco Tuesday. Could have been anything. But it doesn't feel like this thing is really actually coming to an end. Strikes, multiple strikes on both sides. After the fact, hours later. I don't think it's going to hold. Israel saying that they're going to continue the war in Lebanon, which is expressly against the desires of Iran, and I'm fairly certain was part of the deal, considering the language that we saw in the Trump post. But if Israel continues their war in Lebanon, there's almost no way that Iran's going to allow this to come to an end.
So far, there is no clarity on these critical matters. What we know is that there are 15 points proposal from the United States, 10-point proposal from Iran. However, nothing is agreed on, and that is what makes this ceasefire extremely delicate and fragile.
Rasul Sardar, live for us there from Riyadh. Now, oil prices have fallen after Trump announced the 2-week deadline extension for Iran. Brent crude, one of the most commonly traded types of oil, is now trading just under $95 a barrel. That's still well above where it was at the start of the war. US markets pushed higher after Tuesday evening's announcement. Dow futures are leading gains, up around 1,000 points after the announcement, the strongest amongst all the major indices. Now, Asia markets are mostly higher in early trading this morning. South Korea's Kospi is gaining in the latest session,
right now is
surging
over.
nearly 7%. Now, Japan is one of the countries heavily impacted by the Iran war.
The Dow is
over
over
90%
50.
of its crude oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, speaking at a press conference in Tokyo, Japan's top government spokesman, Minoru Kihara, welcomed the ceasefire announcement.
We are welcoming the US and Iran's announcement as a positive development. The most important thing is actually to de-escalate the situation, including the safety of the Strait of Hormuz. I hope an early final agreement will be made by diplomatic means.
Now, Jack Barton joins us live from Seoul. The markets have reacted. We're still way above the price of oil that we were on February 27th, but are they reacting positively to that?
They are reacting very positively. We've seen a little bit of profit taking in the afternoon, but generally we've seen a big, significant rise right across Asia, particularly in the big industrialized, export-driven economies like Japan and South Korea. In Japan, the main Nikkei benchmark index is up around 5%. It's fallen a little, back down to almost 6% here in South Korea, but it rose so quickly this morning that an automatic buy-side suspension was triggered. And after that was eased, the buying continued. So the market very positive about this announcement. And we've just had a statement from the Foreign Ministry saying they welcome the announcement. They also appreciate the efforts of Pakistan as a mediator, and they will immediately begin exploring the conditions under which South Korean ships can begin to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Several have been stuck there since the start of the war with their shipments on board. And South Korea had also dispatched another 5 tankers to try and find oil from Saudi Arabia, Oman and other countries that didn't have to pass through the strait. Perhaps those ships will now be sent through the strait as well. But a more negative tone coming out of the Prime Minister's office this morning after that announcement, saying South Korea still had to plan for the contingency of a long-term conflict in the region, and restrictions would stay in place. And that includes
like me, South Korea also sees this as potentially being a long-term situation. Rightly so, if I don't say so myself. The guy who just got done saying that this is very well likely just a brief pause, if a pause at all, since we've already seen seemingly a continuation of the hostilities even after the announcement of the ceasefire.
restrictions on exports of refined petroleum products, which are having a very deep impact across the region, particularly in the aviation sector. And even if all goes well with the ceasefire, economic ramifications are expected to continue. We've seen fuel price rises, inflation across the region, a state of emergency in the Philippines, and it looks like something close to that in India. So economic troubles will continue despite the market's optimism.
That's Jack Barton live for us in Seoul. Now let's take a look at some of the world's other news. 3 gunmen are dead and 2 police officers wounded after
expected meeting with Xi. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
The Allied Democratic Forces has launched a new wave of attacks on civilians in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Officials say the armed groups has killed about 200 people in the past 3 weeks and abducted hundreds more. The worst hit area is the town of Mambasa in Ituri province. Alain Wakani reports.
Peace on earth, goodwill to all. Yeah, Saxia. Yep. That would be nice. Peace on earth. Boy, oh boy. I wonder when we'll get some of that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, that's sooner than I thought.
Over the past 3 weeks, a series of raids have killed hundreds of people across the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Most attacks were in Mombasa territory as well as part of Beni. Images from the scene of one raid that killed dozens last week shows body in the streets and entire villages burned to the ground. The army says the killing were carried out by the fighters from the Allied Democratic Forces or ADF.
Worry is growing within our community here due to the repeated rebel attacks against our people. Since almost weeks now, people have been killed every day, and many have been pushed away from their homes by fear of rebel attacks. We are afraid.
Last Saturday, fighters struck Mombasa's main convention center in another series of attacks. Shops, homes, and vehicles were set on fire as they reportedly abducted hundreds of civilians. Previous cases suggest few captives are ever released.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
In the territory of Beni and now in Mombasa.
More of
People
this.
here say they feel increasingly vulnerable.
All right, we're going to come
as
back to the
armed
live
groups
stream in a
strike
second.
with little warning and often attack civilians.
All right, we'll come back to the Al Jazeera live stream. I'll assume they'll come back to talk about the Middle East. But apparently, 8 dead in Lebanon as Israel strikes another residential area. This is Reuters from 5 minutes ago. You came here looking for some sanity? I'm sorry. I'm not sure I have.
Has Iran outmaneuvered Israel, launching a huge missile?
This looks like it's a cafe. It's like a little city. Just look at it. It's like apartments above it. This is clearly a residential area. Yep, exactly what I said I was worried would happen is happening, and as a result, I fear that this ceasefire is a complete farce. Alright, let's see what the Hindustan Times is saying here. They're not the most reputable outfit, but I'm just trying to get all.
Has Iran outmaneuvered Israel, launching a huge missile attack almost immediately after news broke of a ceasefire? Israel alleged that multiple waves of missiles were fired from Iran despite US President Trump's declaration of truce. Israel suffers major damage just hours after Trump announced reaching an understanding with Iran to halt the war after over a month of fighting. Trump announced that the 2-week truce would be subject to the complete reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
I would point out they're showing footage from yesterday and the day, which was before the ceasefire was announced, I think. Yeah, no, this is from yesterday. Once again,
Trump announced that the 2-week truce would be subject to the complete reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, tying the pause in fighting to the restoration of vital global shipping lanes. For its part, Iran has claimed that the United States agreed to use Tehran's own 10-point proposal as the basis for further negotiations, portraying the deal as a diplomatic win rather than a concession. Israel reported fresh missile attacks from Iran on the night of April 7th to 8th, just as news of a truce was confirmed, claiming the barrages had continued despite public talk of de-escalation. According to Israeli officials, Iran fired 2 to 3 distinct waves of missiles since Trump announced the ceasefire, suggesting that launches continued even after Washington's declaration. The Israeli military said some of the incoming Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted by its air defense systems, according to accounts carried by local media.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like anyone's really abiding by this ceasefire agreement. Check the Associated Press live stream of skylines around the Middle East. See what there is to be seen. Where is this? I think this is Israel, isn't it? No. Where is this? I can't tell. It's also frozen. Or it looks frozen. It's nothing, literally nothing is happening. Okay. Maybe it's not frozen. I don't see anything, and it's also not skipping between different cams. What was that I just saw? I just saw something. Saw something flash. Maybe it's just those frames. Could have sworn I saw a missile. Okay, back to Al Jazeera. I'm not going to end the stream yet, even though we don't have a full plan for this right now. By the way, if you guys find anything relevant, send it in the Discord.
All attacks for 2 weeks and to allow safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's claiming victory and says planned talks in Islamabad don't mean the end of the war is guaranteed. Israel says Lebanon won't be included in the 2-week ceasefire. More than 1,500 people have been killed since Israel started attacking the country. Plus, Al Jazeera reports from a synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in an airstrike. US President.
You can't post in the Discord, it's read only. That's because you haven't agreed to the rules yet. If you agreed to the rules, you'll be granted access to the Discord.
Donald Trump has agreed to suspend all strikes on Iran for 2 weeks if Tehran grants ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media 90 minutes before his deadline for Iran to open up the strait, he announced a 2-week pause that will allow for a long-term peace agreement to be finalized. And Iran appears to have agreed to those terms. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted that Iran would allow safe passage for shipping through the strait for a fortnight. Pakistan has invited Iranian and US delegations to Islamabad for talks on Friday. The Prime Minister says he hopes the talks will succeed in achieving sustainable peace. Meanwhile, Israel says the pause in fighting does not include Lebanon. Israeli forces have invaded the south and are striking targets across the country. We have correspondents in Kuwait City, Islamabad, Ramallah and Tehran. But first, let's go to Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. In the last, 30 minutes or so, there's another Truth Social by Trump. What's he saying this time?
Well, in the last 59 minutes, the U.S. president has posted on his personal social media platform saying that Iran welcomes the ceasefire, that it is tired of the fighting, and, quote, so is everyone else. The United States will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can begin the reconstruction process. Of course, that all comes down to how the next 14 days of negotiations will play out between the U.S. and Iran. We don't know that Israel is a party directly in these upcoming talks that are going to be brokered by the Pakistanis. But late on Tuesday night, the U.S. president was talking to the wire service AFP, And he said that this is a big victory for the United States, and that he also wanted to credit not just Pakistan, but China, which he is going to visit in May, for helping to bring about this 2-week break in the fighting between the two countries.
Stay with us, Roz. I want to bring in Ali Hashim now, who's in Tehran. Ali, has there been any official reaction?
Well, Imran, a lot of reaction coming from mainly, of course, the foreign minister who's a party in this, the National Supreme Council, Supreme National Security Council, also who's party to this. It's clear that for the Iranians, one of the main achievements is to have their 10 points as the basis for negotiations, and they are reflecting this as a major victory for them. We heard from the foreign minister when he issued the statement and said that Iran will be also still overseeing the passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the National Security Council issued 2 statements, one mentioning the 10 points and another one saying that upon the orders of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mustafa.
Wait, did he just say that Iran is going, the 10-point plan that Donald Trump agreed to includes Iran continuing to oversee the entire Strait of Hormuz? So they're going to keep charging a toll and the U.S. is fine with that. Amazing. Wow, wow, wow.
Khamenei, the negotiations are going to happen in Islamabad, and that's going to be on the 10th of April. Aside from that, praised the...
So much winning, everyone saying, please stop. Please stop winning so much. I said no. No, we're going to keep winning. So much winning, you're never going to stop.
The axis of resistance, as they call it in Tehran, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Iraqis and the Yemenis, and saying that the hand will stay on the trigger during the talks because they do not have any trust and any confidence in the Americans. And at the end, if there's any aggression, any attack on Iran, they will respond.
Ali, stay there. We're going to come back to you. I want to go now to Kamal Haider, who's in Islamabad for us. Kamal, all eyes are going to be on Islamabad for these talks. The talks are taking place on Friday. What do we think is going to happen?
Well, that's an excellent question. The fact of the matter is that it was just a few hours before the U.S. deadline was to expire that the Pakistani Prime Minister came on X and said that he had sent a request after consultations between the U.S. leadership, the United States President, the Pakistani military chief, who requested that there should be a reconsideration, a pause, and that the U.S. should not carry out that strike. After that, there was a message that the U.S. was reviewing it. The United States then came out saying that, yes, indeed, they had accepted that. Islamabad would now like to see, they're proposing the 10th of this month, which is just on Friday, just a day away. And they, of course, would be requesting the Iranians and the United States to sit down across the negotiating table. Pakistan has been making frantic efforts. The foreign minister, after the quadrilateral meeting in Islamabad earlier in consultation with friendly countries, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Pakistani foreign minister dashed across to Beijing. And as you mentioned, the US president now admitting that China also has a role to play in this. So indeed, a major breakthrough, but there is cautious optimism because there's a lot of hard talking to be done. There is mistrust on both sides. And there is, of course, a proposal that perhaps it will be the US Vice President J.D. Vance who will be heading the American side along with Witkoff. So it will be important to see what kind of progress is made. Obviously, one of the conditionalities, as you saw, was the ceasefire in
Oh, good. J.D. Vance is going to be involved in the peace talks. That'll help it.
Lebanon, which Israel is not agreeing to. So there will be, of course, cautious optimism as to how these talks are going to take place and what kind of results they're going to achieve. Imran?
Kamal, there has been a change in the relationship between the US and Pakistan. In fact, Donald Trump has described Field Marshal Asim Munir as being one of his favorite field marshals. So this has played into all of this. There is a personal relationship there is at stake here as well now.
Indeed, it is that personal relationship which has put Pakistan in a very strong position to be able to talk to both sides. The Americans are receptive. As you mentioned, they've praised the Pakistani leadership. Trump himself has praised him, the military chief, as well as the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, of course, had even nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize.
I, the man who just started a war in the Middle East, nominate some guy for a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm sure that the Nobel people will take that very seriously.
So that relationship has played a crucial role, given the fact that...
Now, of course, Donald Trump won the prestigious FIFA Peace Prize. I'm sure they'll take that into account.
Pakistan has fraternal, historic, religious relationship with Tehran as well. So it's in a very strong position to be an intermediary to try to bridge that gulf of mistrust between the two. Imran?
Kamal Haider live for us there in Islamabad. Now, residents in the Iranian capital have been reacting to news of the ceasefire. Hundreds took to the streets to express their feelings.
America has shown its true colors 100 times. We were at the negotiating table twice when it attacked us, and this time it will be the same.
Whatever the Supreme Leader says, we stand by him. If he sees fit to have a ceasefire, then we accept. And if he doesn't, then we will stay in the streets and we will fight forever.
The game has changed now. The US now understands Iran is the greater power. If it doesn't behave, we will deal with it.
Now let's go back to Ali Hashem in Tehran. There are celebrations, absolutely there are celebrations, but it's also a really cautious reaction from ordinary Iranians as well.
Well, Imran, you know, there's distrust between the Americans and the Iranians. It's not only between the Iranian government and the American government, it's also between the people and the American government. In the past couple of negotiations, immediately after or even during the negotiations, wars happened. So for now, this is a cautious reception of the ceasefire, and it's a ceasefire. So whenever it's a ceasefire, it's still with a cap, it still has a deadline, it's still, I mean, so people take this into consideration. However, they've been actually in the streets for the past 40 days, and this is what we've been saying on a daily basis. They've never left the street. They continue to chant in the streets, in each and every square, not only in Tehran, but all in the Iranian cities. That was actually a very significant phenomena in this war. This is the first war in 10 wars I've been covering over my career. This is the only war that I saw people in the streets during bombardment and during airstrikes.
Ali Hashem in Tehran, thank you. Now let's go back to Rosalind Jordan, who's with us in Washington. This was a very unpopular war, according to most polls that have come out. So how much pressure did the US president come under from the American public to get to this ceasefire?
Well, from the first day, February 28th, it was pretty much a fair bet that if you were considered a Democratic voter, you were going to be opposed to this war. But as the polls did indicate, a large percentage of independent voters who decide most elections also said they were opposed to the war. And as time went on, now into the 40th day of the conflict, you had a growing number of Republicans, including members of MAGA, the president's far-right political base, saying that going after Iran in this way had simply gone too far. There were many who were horrified by the president's coarse language, if I may say so, used on Easter Sunday about his plans to obliterate the Iranian society if it did not yield to his 15-point plan for ending the conflict. And you even had a growing number of calls in the last 48 hours to invoke the 25th Amendment, which would involve the vice president and members of the president's cabinet deciding that he needed to be removed from office because he is unfit to serve. Now, we don't know whether all of that had anything to do with the president's decision to accept Iran's proposal to start this ceasefire, but certainly that is the environment in which the decision some 90 minutes before the 8 p.m. Eastern deadline took effect, that Donald Trump announced that this ceasefire was now coming into force.
Rosalind Jordan, live for us there from Washington, D.C. Now, as we've been reporting, Israel says that Lebanon will not be included in the two-week truce between the U.S. and Iran. 8 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike in the coastal city of Sidon shortly before Pakistan said a two-week ceasefire was in effect. Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon and strikes across the country has created a displacement crisis in the country. Zaina Khodr reports from Beirut.
Yeah. Now, it's not clear if Lebanon is not actually included in the truce or if Israel's just decided it unilaterally that they won't be ending their war in Lebanon. That's one thing that's still, to me, rather unclear. Because the last I checked, 24 hours ago, Lebanon was definitely in the truce. In the 15-point Iran plan, at least. I know that much.
Donald Trump announced that this ceasefire was now coming into force.
Rosalind Jordan, live for us there from Washington, D.C. Now, as we've been reporting, Israel says that Lebanon will not be included in the two-week truce between the U.S. and
the war needs to extend across the region. And the peace plan, or the response to Trump's peace plan, included an end to strikes on Lebanon. So the question is, will the Lebanon front, the Israel-Hezbollah front, be discussed in negotiations during this two-week ceasefire? Because it really is a complicated issue. Hezbollah joining the war really allowed Iran to expand the conflict. Israel bogged down on multiple fronts. Hezbollah first saying that it joined the war in retaliation for the killing of the late supreme leader in Iran, Ali Khamenei. But later on it said that it joined the war also to stop Israel's ongoing aggression. Hezbollah's calculation is that it has more political leverage when it joins Iran in possible negotiations, because Hezbollah has been criticizing the Lebanese government for failing to get Israel to agree to the terms of the last ceasefire back in 2024. Israel refused to withdraw from southern Lebanon, release detainees, and allow people to return to their homes. It is an open secret that Hezbollah is Iran's ideological and strategic ally. And the Lebanese prime minister himself says that Iran has been, at least this is what he believes, Iran has been running the military campaign that Hezbollah has launched in southern Lebanon. So the decision will be made by Iran. And that's why the negotiations over the next 2 weeks will be critical and crucial for Lebanon. What kind of a deal? Because at the end of the day, Israel wants security guarantees. It is something the Lebanese government, the Lebanese state cannot give.
Now, Nida Ibrahim is following developments from Israel, from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, the Pakistanis said Lebanon was involved in the ceasefire, and then the Israeli Prime Minister said, nope, that's actually not true. So what is the Israeli strategy in Lebanon now?
Well, because of this end, or potential rather, deal with Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu finds himself in a position where he needs to continue at least one front to kind of talk to his domestic voters, to his people inside Israel, that the war at one level is still continuing. And that's why we're...
All right. I'm gonna watch some clips again. CNN from an hour ago. Panel. Oh, yay. We never watch these. Panel. Is Iran or Trump the real ceasefire? Oh. Yes. Tell us, CNN, who really won this ceasefire?
Where are we now, Bobby? Because this
gas prices
10-point plan that presumptively is going to be the basis of negotiations is pretty extreme on the Iranian side, as one would expect. I mean, it gives them control over the Strait of Hormuz, it allows them to charge tolls, it calls for reparations effectively. It asks for a lot of different things. So where do we stand right now?
Well, only yesterday the White House was briefing reporters and saying that the 10 points that Iran had put forward were unacceptable, that they were maximalist, that was the term that was used. I think Axios was reporting that, and that it would not be considered. Today, Trump is saying that it's the basis of a conversation. Now, it's not unusual for two sides in a negotiation to start from maximalist positions and then find their way to something that both sides can agree on. But we don't yet have anywhere near enough information. We've heard that there's a 10-point plan. The White House has not released this 10-point plan. The Iranians have not released the 10-point plan. An Iranian news agency, which is usually the mouthpiece of the government, has released only the sketchiest idea of a 10-point plan, and that includes the points that you make, that they get to decide who goes through Hormuz. The United States has to leave. All American military personnel have to leave from the region. That they get to decide on their nuclear uranium enrichment program. These are things that surely, after all of what we've seen take place, after everything that the president has said over the last month and a half, none of these things should be acceptable at face value to the Trump administration. But now the president says, at this late hour, that it's a basis of a conversation.
Yeah, and I mean, and all the things that you're saying were true yesterday,
yep,
throughout the entire day yesterday. So why move the goalposts tonight, just hours before his deadline?
Well, I agree with some of what was said there. We don't really know what's in the 10 points. We haven't seen it. We also don't know what conversations have been had with a lot of other countries. There's a lot of reporting tonight that maybe China was involved, that maybe other countries got engaged here in mediating this. So there's obviously a lot of players in the room having conversations that we're simply not privy to. So I think we're all probably going to be watching over the next 2 weeks to see how the negotiations turn out. What I'm most interested in is what happens to the nuclear program of Iran. To me, that was the biggest piece of why we were doing this. The president drew a red line. They will never get a nuclear weapon. That's why we were doing this, along with taking away their ability to export terror, the missile program, the aggressive Navy. But to me, that's the number one piece. When are we going to see the negotiating points around the development of nuclear weapons? And we'll find that out, I guess, in the coming days.
No mention of that. Trump, by the way,
It's so fucking stupid that they keep trying to talk about nuclear weapons when Iran didn't have nuclear weapons. They supposedly didn't have a nuclear weapons program, even though Donald Trump ripped up the nuclear weapons deal that Iran had entered into with the United States 7 years ago. And they keep trying to act like this is viable, like this is a viable reason for everything. Like, oh, as long as they don't have nukes, then everything's fine. It's like, bitch, they don't have nukes. They didn't have nukes. They weren't making nukes. And now, why would they say no? Why would they say yes to not making nukes? You know, at this point, this is seemingly the only thing that, I mean, nothing is deterring the United States or Israel. You don't see North Korea getting invaded, China, Russia.
and we shouldn't gloss over this, he started the morning with the threat of ending Iran's civilization and ended the day without any clarity on any of the things that Scott just pointed.
Like, the whole nuclear thing is like a weak, pathetic attempt by the Trump administration and Republicans and everyone else who's trying to fucking sell this war at, like, doing a WMD thing, but, like, after the fact, right? Like, trying to be like, oh, they had weapons of mass destruction.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee.
Out, especially the thing that presumptively we went into this war to get control over, which is the nuclear program.
Pretty insane jump, right? From destroying civilization to seemingly using their 10-point Maximus plan as a baseline, right? And those are the kind of, just to your point, I really want to understand exactly what's been agreed to behind the scenes here. And if tolling is what's been agreed to, allowing Iran to actually charge a toll for ships to pass through, that would be actually a step backward for our country and for global passage of 20% of the world's oil and gas. That's a huge problem. And you add to that, and I'd like to really understand where we are on the uranium side, and I think the nuclear piece is very, very important. Where are we on the terror program, what's been agreed to there, and of course, what's happened on the ballistic side, and kind of what progress have we made, and I think that's a very important thing to understand.
Okay, all these people are fucking insane. Oh, can we get Iran to demilitarize itself? Like, what are you talking about? These people are psychos.
And well, hopefully we'll hear from the president.
Iran's
I don't think
not
anything's
gonna
been
do
agreed
that.
to, by the way, other than
So then why did the goalpost move? Why did he call off he set a red line, he called it off, and nothing has been agreed to?
Well, they've agreed to negotiate, and the one thing that he specifically mentioned was that Iran said they were going to open the strait, and this whole negotiation, this whole ceasefire is based on their willingness to do that. But they have a baseline for negotiation, so I guess there's going to be a 2-week period here where we find out if we can have a diplomatic solution.
A little agreement.
I think the agreement is to open it and then talk about the rest of it.
Well, the strait was not even an issue at the start of this war. The strait was open, and now that becomes the closing of the strait was a result of this war, and now that becomes the key to renegotiating with the Iranians. How did that become the key issue? That was never the key issue before the war began. We've now showed the Iranians, and they in turn have showed the rest of the world, that they have the ability to put their hands on the neck of the global economy. And once that has been seen, it can't be unseen. Once that, ensured your cliche.
You don't think they realized
they had never done it in all.
Not only that, they still have their hands around the global economy right now. They still control the Strait of Hormuz, as it turns out. The deal included Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If that isn't Iran winning, I don't know what is. I really don't. I wish I could come up with another thing. I guess the United States just like disbanding the army or something, disbanding the military. Like, Iran continuing to control the Strait of Hormuz right now is a wild fucking point in the plan. It's pretty incredible it was agreed to by the United States, considering it just basically allows Iran to just benefit from now having full control over an incredibly important waterway for the global economy. Get to charge tolls, whatever they want. Whatever they want. And in theory, they could just not charge Chinese ships and Russian ships and then charge U.S. ships like $50 million a piece. It's totally up to them. It's totally up to them, and it is totally fine with the United States and Donald Trump, apparently. So much winning. We're winning so hard. No one's ever seen it before.
You don't think they knew that before? You don't think they realized
They had never done it in all these years.
But you don't think they knew it was sitting there?
And it's a big difference between knowing it and demonstrating it now. Everybody in the world knows it. Trillions of dollars of the global economy depend on it. It's not enough to say that it was always going to be this way. It was not going to be this way on the 27th of last month. It's become this way because of this war.
But to me, this is still secondary.
And just to be clear, this 2-week period in which there will be presumptively a stop to the bombing, Iran says that their military is going to control the Strait of Hormuz. So they are still going to use, to your point, the threat of force to allow whoever they want to come through that passage.
When was the last time we discussed
By the way, I haven't seen this clip. Abby and I just happen to be on the same wavelength here, it would seem. I'm reacting to this live with all of you. 'Cause I've just been trying to add clips in here, extend the stream for you all a little bit. Today's just an Iran war update. Tomorrow we'll do like a midweek report. Tomorrow evening, got some plans as well for us to talk about things with the midterm primaries and such. I see Saxia saying that they've completely given up on voting. That makes me sad. Don't do that. That's your constitutional right. Some say duty as an American. Get out there and vote.
Iranians using military force to patrol the Strait of Hormuz. That was not on the table, to your point, before Donald Trump decided to do this. And of course, reporting is coming out about all of the myriad of reasons why he shouldn't have done this and how he was warned not to do this. And then there were those who, this is what happens when you don't have people who are experts, who are adults in the room making these decisions, unfortunately. This is what happens. They didn't anticipate this part. They went, wait a minute. The Strait of Hormuz controls all of this rite of passage for oil, for petrochemicals. Oh my gosh, our farmers are now freaking out because before they were suffering from tariffs and going bankrupt. Now it's planting season and they can't get their fertilizer. And then, oh my gosh, oil is going through the roof per barrel. And the American people were paying $2.50 a gallon. Now they're paying $4.15, sometimes $7, depending on where you live, since Donald Trump did this. We need to ask a question. How is this making America great again? If it was all about the nuclear program, which I agree with you, Scott, on, that was something that was very important. We haven't heard anything about that. If it was all about the ballistic missile program, we haven't heard anything about that in weeks. If this has all been about the Strait of Hormuz because Donald Trump has created chaos and instability and upset our allies and almost broke up NATO over all of this, and you can't undo the damage that he's already done. We cannot just gloss over the fact that the President of the United States.
I love how Scott Jennings' only rhetorical device is to look smarmily at the camera. That's all he's got. Just smarmy looks at the camera.
Aww. Threatened genocide against a civilization because he threw a temper tantrum this morning because he wasn't getting his own way. There should be consequences for that kind of flippant language. That's not something we should just gloss over.
We'll get to that in the next block.
Really forget what Scott's point was, though, here. And I agree with you. When we're talking about messaging, you cannot possibly argue right now it has changed from day to day to day to day. But let's just one time in our history, in our recent history, let's look at the long game for once. This is a country right now, one of the most evil nation states that has been on the planet. It has been severely degraded with respect to its nuclear capability. It has been severely degraded with respect to its missile capability. Its army has been severely degraded.
30%? 30% degraded? That's what we're being told now. The latest numbers are it's degraded by 30%. Is that severe? I'd say it's at most moderate degradation. I feel like that's a disingenuous framing from Chris Madel. Whoever the fuck this weirdo is. Defense attorney Chris
Madel.
Madel.
Keep the Strait of Hormuz, that we're going to keep it closed with their military. What Navy? There is no Iranian
Navy.
They're
not keeping it closed with their Navy. That's
for once. Look at the long game here.
Yo, Abby is making a lot of sense today. Abby is making a ton of sense today. But they're not keeping it closed with their Navy. Yeah. Good point.
Have made that region. We've made this place a safer
place. The thing that counters.
Yes. Also, Iran never had some like massive fucking navy either, right? Just to be clear, Iran never had some like giant, overwhelming navy. You know, they weren't waging like naval warfare. Right? Like, they weren't engaging in naval warfare before any of this started. Right? They don't have a bunch of territories like the United States does. They have to, like, you know? Like it's just... like, they had a few boats. And guys like this are touting that the destruction of those like 3 or 4 boats is like some great victory. Look at it, like he's like, oh my god, he could. Oh, he's so angry that everybody isn't more excited.
But Chris, the thing that counters your point is that the Strait of Hormuz, right now, as we speak, is closed.
It is.
So if you're saying that all the things that we have done, they have no power to close the strait, then why is it closed?
We are talking about a very temporary situation right now. Do you think that this is going to continue forever? Really, Abby? I mean, honestly, we have the strongest military in the entire world.
But let's
we can
actually
take that Strait of Hormuz.
But let's actually.
Why is this ghoul so out of breath? Do you hear him? Like every single like sentence and syllable comes out of his mouth. It's like he's gasping for breath the whole goddamn time. Take a moment, pal. Sit back. I don't think you're doing. You think you're having some problems here, Grandpa?
Staying in the race.
Now that I'm saying it, I'm realizing he's incredibly elderly, isn't he? He must be like 80 or something. Look at how old this guy is.
Wait a minute, that wasn't the original.
I
It wasn't
agree.
the original.
But we took out all their boats. Look at us. We took out all their boats. Yeah, Abby, stop saying those words. We've had an incredible victory here. Oh God, we're right then.
But I'm trying to look at the long
Chris,
game.
5
here.
weeks
if we're
into
looking at
this-
the long game,
Chris, you have to
Chris,
understand.
hold on.
This is being argued. It's heads I win, tails you lose. That's how this is argued.
How about you? Hold on a second. Hold on a
I missed
second.
that memo.
Hold on a second. How about you guys actually deal with reality?
Yes.
5 weeks into
That's what we're
this.
asking
Hold
you
on.
to
No. Let me just ask you a quick question. 5 weeks into this war, Iran's military has been decimated. Nobody disagrees with that.
True.
Okay, its navy decimated. All of that. 5 weeks into this war. First question: why is the Strait of Hormuz closed?
It's closed because they're choosing to harass people going through.
Okay.
With what navy? I thought they.
Okay.
It's not the Navy.
So,
it's from the
all
land.
right.
And
there's
and
the
I
point
agree,
then.
Chris,
The
it's a
Navy being
temporary. It's a
decimated
temporary.
doesn't
It's from the land.
It's closed. You agree, and that Iran is
It's
keeping
land
it closed.
harassment.
And apparently
Why
it's
the
opening pending this
the United
ceasefire.
States has threatened to use force to reopen it? We have not. Why have we not done it?
Well, the president asked international coalition to come in and deal with this, and 40 countries met about it
he has
last
also
week
said,
at the direction of Great Britain.
He's also said we don't need them. He said we could do it ourselves. Why haven't we done it?
He also asked an international coalition to show up and deal with
You're not
this,
answering my
and they're doing
question.
it.
Why haven't we done it?
Because he wants other countries to take some responsibility for it.
Literally
Okay.
48 hours.
Long term, short term. However you look at it, Iran has.
He's letting Iran win so that other countries can get involved. These other lazy countries who refuse to get involved militarily in our war. Don't you see, he's helping them. He's helping them help themselves. Help me help you, right? Help me help you. Help me help you help yourself. Getting boats through the strait. You'll feel really great after you get done doing it, believe me. Once you get those boats through the strait, you'll say, actually, Trump was right. Actually, he was so right. We feel so great about ourselves. I'm going to give myself a round of applause. And actually, they're going to thank the United States for getting them involved in the war.
From a point of profound weakness, been able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. And the reason that we are in this moment where the president is negotiating on their 10-point plan is because it is so important to him that that strait be reopened. And to Bobby's point, they have demonstrated to the world that they have economic leverage over the rest of the world.
That's right.
And so what does the United States do about that? That's the question that we are facing right now.
Yeah, that is a question we're facing right now. It's weird. It's weird.
That's really weird.
Well, speaking of which, Iran is portraying this ceasefire as a great victory against the United States. And the great Satan, Israel. I guess we're both the great Satan, aren't we? All right. France 24 English, 29 minutes ago. I'm just adding clips in here as we go along. Because I have no clips. We've hit the end of the clips.
State media reporting that Iran has accepted this agreement after last-minute diplomatic efforts mediated by Pakistan. With the ceasefire, the U.S. agrees to stop its bombings and hostilities for 2 weeks. Iran agrees to open the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, while talks take place for a more comprehensive agreement. Tehran and Iranian state media already portraying this agreement as a victory against the United States and Israel. Remember, for Iran, survival was always victory. And despite taking many losses, the destruction of military hardware, the destruction of industrial and economic infrastructure, the assassination of political and military leaders, the loss of their supreme leader, the Islamic Republic is still standing. And for them, this is a win in state media reporting it as such. I'm going to read you headlines published within the past hour. Fars news agency saying Trump با عقب نشینی دوباره. Trump with yet another retreat. Mehr news agency saying قدرت و مقاومت ایران ترامپ را مجبور به آتش بس کرد. That translates into the strength and resistance of Iran forced Trump into a ceasefire. So there you have the headlines. Now we all take a breath, but there's not much time to rest because this is going to be an intense 2 weeks with efforts to hammer out.
Yeah. Now let's just go to this quick clip. Back-to-back Reuters now from 21 minutes ago showing missiles being intercepted over Tel Aviv. After the ceasefire, I would point out. Alright, I think this is going to do it tonight, people. I'm going to switch over to the Al Jazeera live stream, and then maybe we'll do a super long, super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream, since it's still so early. A great job for making it through, everybody. Sorry it's not longer. Although we did make it fairly... It's 6.5 hour long stream. We just started early tonight. Started early because I wanted to start before the deadline that Donald Trump had set arbitrarily for a civilization-ending genocide. Thank you for the applause. Thank you, Green New Deal. I do my very best.
Not include the rest of the world.
Honestly,
which is
considering we didn't do a galactic content goal, you're all getting a nearly full 8-hour stream. If you add in the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream and this clip, you know, not bad. It'll probably go over 7 hours if I do a super long super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. By my math.
so in order to do this, it's going to take a big consortium. Sorry, go ahead.
But I know when you're talking about this, you're talking about there is a traditional policy, and Pakistan has been part of this. Pakistan has always valued its friendship with China and has always said it doesn't matter who's in power in Pakistan, China is always going to be our true weather friend. But what you're talking about there is China getting involved, not so much in the domestic politics of this, but as an alternative to the US. Now, as an alternative to the US, you've got to have something to offer. If that's not colonial attitude or colonial power, as you put it, what are they offering?
They're just simply offering a path towards peace. You'll note that there are no guarantees that are being offered. They're simply saying there has to be a table. All wars end at the negotiating table. The question is, how do you build one between two powers, that Iran and the United States, that have absolutely zero trust? And you have to begin. So somebody has to make a proposal. China says, look, we're willing to support this proposal, but
Yeah, and why is there zero trust? Oh, that's right, because after the last most significant peace agreement between the United States and Iran, the JCPOA, the current president ripped it up in his first term. Now in his second term has interrupted ceasefire negotiations and or nuclear negotiations with invasions and airstrikes. So, I think we can all see why Iran would have some trust issues.
this proposal is based not on coercion, but on consensus, cooperation, having countries come together and recognize that they have greater issues amongst themselves than the issues that are represented by this war, the negative issues. I mean, you just covered all of these different areas in South America, which are $5, not gasoline, but diesel. And this is killing them. I mean, literally, it's affecting the planting seasons. It's going to affect fertilizers, energy, et cetera, across the board. So there has to be an adult in the room that says, look, we have to figure this out, and it's got to be consensus or it won't work. Impose solutions, have it work for the United States. And I think China is well aware of its history and how important it is to offer this. So it's not the I'll give you something in exchange for peace. It's what is necessary to create peace.
But if China is the adult in the room, as it were, where is this going to go long term? Well, what is China looking for? We've talked about peace, so I don't want to talk about that. But what's economically China going to be looking for from the US? Is it going to be looking for anything?
I don't, that's a non sequitur. What would China get from the US because they attacked Iran? Those are separate issues. What China wants is as much peace as possible. Remember, they're the prime buyer of oil and gas from the Middle East. They do not want war there, right? What they want is simply to restore a basis for countries to go forward as sovereign nations. And this isn't just talk. You look at the Belt and Road Initiative, which started in 2013, trillions of dollars have been put into it. This is a situation where China actually walks the walk and it just doesn't talk. So this is China trying to say, look, if we're going to have a multipolar world, there has to be some security, there has to be a path to development, there has to be sovereign respect. And quite frankly, we need a way in which to deal with the problems when they will occur, because they will. And unfortunately, the UN is kind of stymied because of this. 5 members have the veto power.
And China is one of them.
That's correct. So is the U.S. And the U.S. has been protecting Israel on votes which are literally the world versus 2, sometimes 3 or 4. But these are client states of the U.S. who feel that they have to go along. But, the vast majority of the world wants to move on. They do not want to be held hostage by this. And so does Qatar. They do not want to be involved in a situation which is not directly of their making. Qatar has relations with Iran, and especially a shared gas field. This is a situation where Qatar and the whole GCC benefits from peace. Tens of trillions of dollars have been wasted now because of this war. Economic plans that centered around tourism, business development, sports, etc., living in the Middle East as a place of peace has been severely set back. So it's time for people to come together and stop sniping and saying, what do I get out?
Yeah, even if this really is the end of the war, which we have great doubts about around here, there will be devastating long-term consequences from it undoubtedly, especially for the Gulf, whose, beacon of safety has now been shattered in front of everyone's eyes. It's going to affect things like tourism business and all sorts of other things. The very things which the Gulf was hoping to transition to. As let's not forget, previously the thing that had brought great prosperity to the Gulf was oil, but their oil supplies have been dwindling over the years. And while not public, it's fairly understood that places like Saudi Arabia and all the other Gulf nations have hit peak oil and are, have dwindling supplies at this point under the ground that are easily accessible and are financially viable, right? When I say financially viable, I mean costs less to pull out of the ground than to sell it, right?
If we don't come together, it's just like climate change. We're going to hang separately.
Aina, always great to get your analysis. That's Aina Tangen live for us there from Beijing. Now let's take a look at some of the world's other news. 3 gunmen are dead and 2 police officers wounded after an attack at the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. The gunfight broke out in broad daylight in one of the city's
All right, I think this might be on loop now. We already covered this story earlier.
The bus pulled into a stop much like this one, and
Yeah, we already covered this story earlier tonight. Okay, I think that's a good enough place for us to end the end the news portion of the stream. I'm gonna switch to the chill portion. Boy, oh boy, what a fucking crazy start to the week. Is there a ceasefire? Who knows? We're ending with it being incredibly unclear whether or not the ceasefire will be observed or violated. Seemingly already seen a handful of violations. Not even clear what the ceasefire proposal it entails, which makes it somewhat difficult to actually gauge whether or not it's being observed properly, since it hasn't been made fully public yet. But at least for now, I guess, if it pleases you, we can tentatively say a hope for peace is on the table. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we got each other for getting through it. And that's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Yeah. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermeteorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perth XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
return.